URL 省略。P 親父動画倉庫さん、棒読みちゃんテスト。
はい、こんばんちは。BOA でございます。よっしゃ。ではでは、やりましょうかね。こうやって、こうやって、こうだよね。よいしょ。よし。はい、来ました。ですね、ちょっとここ数日問題だった、2日ほどですかね、家具が消えてた問題、解決しました。はい、解決しました。何が原因、何が原因だったかよくわかんないんですけど、解決したのがですね、これですね、設定の、ビルドユア、じゃねえな。これじゃねえな。セッティングメニューじゃねえな。ホロテープの方かな。そうだね。ホロテープの方かな。ホロテープの、どれだったっけな。どれだったっけな。スナップオンビルド、コンパニオン、AM、これだったかな。あ、違うな。これあれだ。弾薬の方のやつだ。あれ、どれだったっけな。リリーね。はいはい。ホロテープが入ってたんだよね。どこだったっけな。やっぱりね、なくなっちゃったな。なくなったな。これ、あれで、これで、あ、そうそう、セトルメント、メニューマネージャーホロテープっていうのがあって、これで、えーと、ワークショップメニューレスキューで、えーと、なんだろう、修復するにしたら、戻りました。別になんか、モッドいらなかったっていう、直すモッドがあって入れたんだけど、なんか、一向にここにケミ、ケミストに、現れてこなかったので、後で削除しなきゃとか思いながら。で、だいぶちょっとね、モッドを削除しました。
喉が渇いていそう
いや、乾いてないっす。大丈夫っす。モッドをだいぶ削除しました。ちょっとね、それをやりながら、ちょっとやりたいこともあって、どうだったっけな。ね、 うち雇ってない感じかな。スムースグールっていうグールの顔をきれいにするモッドを入れてたんですけど、それをちょっと削除しました。削除してね、ほら寝てるんで分かりづらいんですけど、ちょっとカメラを動かしますね。うるせえよ目は本当に。もうちょっとこんくらいかな。おーいしょってカメラを下に向ける。グールの顔になってるかと思います。これあれですね、ボルトテックの社員のおじちゃんですね。なんだっけ、プレイヤーの戦前のお家に、ね、来てなんかボルトに入りませんかって言ってたおじちゃんです。はい、この人グール化されてるんで、グールに戻ってます。全部グールに戻しました。でちょっとね、今後なんだろう、7個ちゃんモッドをちょっと入れていこうかと思ってるので、最初の餌食はグールかなグールの見た目がかわいそうなのでちょっとってな感じで、解決策を見出して解決してあります。いや、疲れました。ついでにちょっとね、320ぐらい入ってたかなのモッドの整理をちょっとして、でなおかつルートでソーターかけて、なんだろう、モッドの、なんだろう、ロードアウト順をなんだろう、競合しないように並べてあります。多分すべてきれいに出てるかと思われということでね、問題解決してちょっとすっきりしてます。割となんですけど、モッドを入れることでなんか敷地が高くなるのって結局間違えた、なんだろう、そういう競合した時とかっていうのを俺もまあ経験が結構あるので、煩わしさあるんですよね。最初分かんなくて手動で入れてみるのもいいとは思うんですよ。勉強になるんでね。手動で入れてダメだったらって感じで、ダメなモッドって結構あるんですよ。手動で入れてみると分かるんですけど、競合しちゃっててどうにもニッチもサッチもどうにも止まらないっていう状況になるので、その辺を改善していくモッドとかなんかもあったりするので、そういうのね入れてみたりとかするのはいいのかなと思ってます。さあ明るくなったどう、そんな感じですね。これでいろいろと使えるようにはなったので、これでちゃんとほらベッドもね家具とか全部出せるんで、その辺すごく重宝なんですけど、よいしょ。お前らワープしてきたわ。これこうちゃねえや、ホロテープだったかな。ホロテープを追加して入れたい。これ入れれるかな邪魔なの ホロテープ邪魔なのよ。あとシャワーモッド入れてるので、まあ、問題ないかな。で今なんかビシュービシューって言ってて、ジャンプブースターになってないので、ちゃんとこっち音なくなっちゃったなんか音なくなったしなんのこっちゃね。あ、それともう一個、そうだ、やることがあったの忘れてた。フリーフォールダメージをなくしたので、なんかね、ルートかけて、ちょっといろいろ中身見てたら、データ壊れそうなモッドあるぜ、頼むぜっていう出てきたので、いや、どっかに、何これ、ピルじゃねえ、指輪が、まあわかんねえや。こういう場合は、まあ、もうダメだったら、で、なんだろう、チートターミナルを、日本語化してなかった時に見つけられなかったんですけど、抜くこともできると思うので、まあそれはそれでおいおいやっていこうかな。まあとりあえず一旦ここでセーブをして、で問題はクレイショーに話しかける。この辺終わってないのが結構あるので、マクレディはナンパしてないので、マクレディナンパしに行かなきゃなまあこれ終わってからでしょ。これも一回やったら別にこのモッド DLC に出てきたものに関しては別に何ら未練も何にもないので、違う、これ一回セーブをして全部切ります。でちょっとね、本編やるのにナナコちゃんに差し替えて、あとピップバットも差し替えをするので、なんだろう、割といろんなものを差し替えていこうと思って、ちょっとさらに返そうかなと企んでおります。基本的にはまあなんかいろいろ使い方が分かってきて、やっとなんか普通の人になりかけてるのかなと。いう感じですね、今は。このソフト、本当なんだろう、ホールアウトですごいモッドについての勉強をさせられましたね。ちょっと待ってくださいね。メガネさんがですね、ちょっと見えんなんか夢中でやってたから、メガネの汚れにすら気づいてないよ、おじいちゃん。いいのか、メガネ老眼鏡だけどね自分で言ってくスタイル。お前老眼鏡だろうとか言われるがいいスタイル。まあいいんだよ。 50代でかけるメガネなんてこんなもんだよ。
ね
You ready to roll the nuclear world? Right behind you.
うわ、スカウタースカウターかけたよ、スカウター。やべえ、俺戦闘力いくつあるんだろうデータクレイショーダイヤモンドホームステッドに護送する。
すみません。
Lily's friend. Hey there. You need something? Suit yourself.
どこ、あ、そっちに行けと。はい、リリー行くって。リリー行くって。そのでかいケツどけるやあ、来てるね。いい。こっちか。ここで一回セーブしよう。CTD 怖いしこれでだいぶ CTD のいや、おめえじゃねえわお前に用なんぞないわ。パイパーおっぱいプルンプルンよ。ああ、そっか、俺アウトフィット変えたんだな。なので通常の衣装に戻ってんのかな。と、いや、こっちじゃないし。
なんだ、じろじろ見ないといられないのか。
子供が誘拐された。息子を探すため母親が危険な連邦に立ち向かう。
色が
何もやることがない？
色が変わってるわ。これあれだね、なんだっけ、もう一個モッド入れてて、その衣装がバニラの衣装じゃないんで、そっちの方の衣装っぽいっすね。あれ黒タイツじゃなくなっちゃった。黒ガーターと黒タイツだったね。まあでもいいわ。ナットは可愛いから許す。あ、でも問題が解決してすっきりしたわ。ああ、クレイショーと話すんじゃないの。ホームズステッドってどこよ。どこそれ。違うな、こっちじゃねえな。もうちょいこっちかな。 やられる前にやる。いったあいつミニニューク持ってやがった。あこれどこそれ。えびっくりしたいやどこよそれ。まあどんどんあれが遠ざかってくるんだけど、いやそんな遠い、あそんな遠いんだったら言ってよ、こっちに飛ぶからまあ歩いていく気なんかないわ。ヌカワールドへレッツゴーゴーゴー。バラモンちゃん、色が変わったからバラモンなのかヤギなのかがよくわかるようになった。ちょっと嬉しい。なんか終わったのよ具合。ああクマが元気。クマをグリズリーに変えるもっとないのかな。どっちもクマだけどさまあそれかクマはなんだっけ、クマモンに変えるモッドとかまあ誰も見てねえから何の反応もないけど。来たよ、ぬかわの入り口。だゴーゴーゴーゴー、あゴーゴーゴーゴー。はいゴーゴーゴーゴー、はいゴーゴーゴーゴー。ぬかわについたファストラしよう。
ルカエクスプレスモノレールをご利用いただきありがとうございます。ルカ公社を代表して歓迎いたします。安全のため走行中は席を離れないか設置してあるハンドレールをご利用ください。モノレールの右側をご覧になるとルカワールドの有名なリズトップ
なんか天気悪いっす。せっかくの景色が
見えます高さ100メートルのリズトップマウンテンは
神ですか。
最大の人工建造物で5つ星の
私は神です。
こちらはルカワールドの中心ルカタウン USA コールカーアリーナブラッドバートン野外劇場パーラーディナーシアターがあります。
ああ、そっか。NPC が出てこない感じになるのね、ここ。
そして自然が好きな方はサファリアドベンチャーへ旅すれば世界中から集められた100種以上の動物を楽しめます。
そうね。はい、着いたよ。クレーンショーダンモアホームステッドに放送する。ダンモアホームステッドってどことクソと
ここは気味が悪い
ね、そこを抜けてくのめんどくさいから、この辺に
すぐ
途中まではしょろうぜベイベー。クレイショーさ、お前
あら
Hey, it's Lily's sidekick. What's going on? Gary reads his poetry at the Manhattan Project from time to time. You should show up. Fair warning, girls are falling in love with him over it. Suit yourself.
お前コンパニオン扱いじゃないから銃出しても銃を出さないのね。こっちから行く感じか。あ、どっこいしょどっこいしょ、あ、どっこいしょしょしょのしょん。はい、ネズミ。いや、そうなるよね。クライショやりすぎ。なんか戦ってますけど大丈夫でしょう。パルスグレネードこれ。邪魔くさ。当たんねえんだけど俺のだと。クレイでしょ。ちょっと待って。あー、ゴミくず死んだ。ラッキー。発光でスクローだ。
Hey, you think maybe they keysted something? Why don't you slap on a rubber glove and check?
あ、いけ。どれだ拾った？いらない。普通にいらないから君たち。お前らの持ってる武器なんていらんわ。デスクローぐらいに勝てなくてどうすんの？何ですか？ あれ、うちの子たちどうした？これ行くよ。
Okay, this is the place. Looks like we got a compound of sorts. Be real careful of ambushes.
なんだって？敷地内を回って弾網を探してください。敵を全滅させないと出てこないかも。
They have half a brain. They already know we're here.
敵なんかいるの
？Hold up! Stay right where you are. You've got 3 guns on you ready to cut you guys down. Now, real easy, without any sudden moves and staying right there. Tell me what the fuck you want with us.
Easy, friend.
We ain't your friend. You got one more chance to answer the question, or we shoot you here and feed you to the Brahmin. Next thing out of your mouth better be why you're here, or I'll put a bullet in it. Now, one more time. What the fuck do you want with us?
Please, tell me you meant for them to get the drop on us like this, Crenshaw.
Sure. Why not? We just want to talk. We're looking for the Dunmores. We got some questions for them. Don't suppose you're them or know where they're at.
You got the right place, stranger. Unfortunately, we ain't too fond of visitors. Especially ones like you. We ain't got nothing for you here. It's best you hit the road walking before you hit it when we shoot you down.
Hey, we ain't with those guys in Noogle World. We ain't raiders. You can keep your pals or trash. I'm from the Fens sheriff.
We know those colors and that fucking butcher you work for all too well. Now start leaving or start dying.
Well, I'm afraid you got us at a disadvantage.
That's the point. You're about out of chances, deputy. Hope you made your peace.
If you know who I work for, you know killing us is a singularly bad idea. And a particularly unnecessary risk given that we just want to talk. She knows where we are. If we don't report back, the first place she'll look is here.
You fucking arrogant bastards. Think you can walk whatever you want because that goddamn angel of death protects you, huh?
Hun.
We ain't gonna go up on no lamppost like the rest of them.
As I said, we just want to talk.
Dad? Sounds like we got the right people, Crenshaw. You got a lot more than a lamppost and baling wire to worry about if you think those pop guns are gonna stop me from stomping your ass.
Is that what the prisoners wanted too? To talk? Just before she hung them all, I bet. I ain't falling for that bullshit.
Red?
You fuckers took my father, my wife, my brother, Monique's sister, all of them.
Man, are you whining to the wrong person here? I'm gonna fuck your shit up for Diamond City. Intel or not, your family line is over, pal.
Dad?
I ain't never lost control of a situation before. But there's a first time for everything.
Brett Henry Dunmore III, listen to me, you idiot. We have gunners incoming.
Fuck! I knew it! You had them right here!
Let us help. We can fight them together.
Just start killing gunners before they kill us.
ああ、痛かった。またシャワー浴びなきゃ帰って。大したもん持ってねえけどな、こいつら。ありがとう、核物質。 何やった核物質。タバコぐらい持っとけよお前ら。かっこよく歩いていこう。ダメだな。
あら。
I suppose you think you deserve some sort of thanks for that, huh?
Quit being an asshole, Brett. The least we can do is hear him out before we kill him.
What the fuck was that anyway? You guys popular all of a sudden?
We used to work for a particularly talented and dangerous gunner. That was his severance package. Seems he's trying to tie up loose ends.
The Colonel, I take it.
The same. He's not gonna stop, Brett. We know too much about them. They need to shut us up.
You think I don't know that, Monique? What the hell are we supposed to do about it, huh? They outnumber and out-equip us.
We can help each other here. This Colonel guy has been launching offensives against us, and...
Good. I hope you fuckers all die.
Look, we're trying to take him out once and for all. You hate both of us, but the big difference between us, we'll leave you alone. He won't. So if you ain't gonna do it for us, do it for your daughter here. We take him out, we stop these raids, and you live in peace.
Callie, honey, go do your chores. We need to talk to these people alone.
Aww, but Mom, we never get any
声
visit.
可愛いんだけどな。
Listen to your mother, Callie. We'll head over to the market tomorrow. You can make friends there.
Dang it. All right.
美化してあげたいわ。
So, you should know before anything else that Callie isn't our daughter. She's our niece. And you need to know why she's with us.
いや、この黒人の人たち美化してあげたいわ。
You care about
黒人
her,
として美化してあ
obviously.
げたいわ。
It's pretty basic math here.
め
We'll
っちゃ
take
可
care
愛
of the
くしてあげ
Colonel,
たい。
she stays safe.
You don't see how it's important, because you ain't shut your pie hole to listen for 2 seconds since you got here, you arrogant prick!
This ain't helping, Brett. We got a real opportunity here to get rid of the Colonel once and for all. Callie isn't our daughter. She's my dead sister's daughter. My sister was married to Brett's now dead brother. The two of us, after it all happened, we vowed to raise Callie as our own.
After what happened, the Colonel killed your family too?
Your fucking sheriff killed them. We're the only two who got away. She turned the rest into a sick warning, you motherfucker.
Bullshit! She don't do shit like that. The fuck you not telling us about this?
Go on.
When the Colonel planned his first attack on Diamond City almost a decade ago, the objective was pretty explicit. Take Diamond City and occupy it in a way to seamlessly maintain trade routes and commerce to turn it into Gunner City. Command wanted to stop relying exclusively on external contracts. They needed a more reliable source of revenue. The Colonel was put in command of the operation. He recruited mainly teams of family members, adult siblings, married couples. They were to occupy the households, lead a commerce-centered life, and be the actual residents of Gunner City when Diamond City fell. It was a good deal. Take out an easy target, and then have the security of being a gunner and a somewhat normal life. It sounded too good to be true, but a normal life is all most of us grunts ever wanted. Gunners were a bridge to that. Plenty of us signed up.
It was supposed to be easy, at least. The Colonel told us we would walk right in the front gate. Only nobody knew about your psycho sheriff.
The night Hangman's Alley got its name.
You were supposed to be a bunch of pussies and let the prisoners go. But no, you had to hang them all.
Cry me a fucking river. I lost friends in that attack. You killed Oaks' wife and daughter. We were minding our own goddamn business. You started it. The sheriff just finished it. And you sick fuckheads have the balls to blame us when your stupid plans go south. I was out there too, you know. I walked one of them up the lamppost myself. It was a girl. With any luck, it was your wife, asshole.
Why, you little fucking bitch. If you weren't in that power armor, I'd...
Aw, yeah? Too bad I am. So I repeat. I hope it was your wife I killed nice and slow. Now what the fuck are you gonna do about it? Bring it right now.
Lily, at ease. Now. Say one more goddamn word and you're going home right away. I dare you. This is too important.
Sorry, Crenshaw.
And as you all know by now, she didn't let the prisoners go. And you guys, you had some family among them?
I lost my sister. and a partner I was in a rather serious relationship with. My sister left Callie behind.
She executed my wife, my brother, and my father.
We watched from across the river, just like she wanted. She lit those fires and launched those flares, and spent the day hanging them. We couldn't look away. We couldn't do anything to stop it, because there were so few of us left. So we watched our families die slowly.
That's what got this colonel coming back for a rematch?
No. Our losses aren't what drives the Colonel's desire for a rematch. He doesn't give a fuck about anyone but himself. It's his own losses. He watched both of his sons and his only brother hang. The loss was so humiliating that he lost his command and was demoted. Not only humiliating, he instantly became the last of his family line. There ain't gonna be no little Colonel fuckheads roaming the planet. The Gunners never considered Diamond City a target after that. They'd never sanctioned this. He has to be funding this effort on his own somehow.
We have his funding supply figured out. It's been cut off. What we don't have is his location so we can finish the job. So look, if you want to raise this Callie niece of yours in peace, we can give you that. We can finish the job, and we can leave you alone. This Colonel guy, he's gonna keep coming until you're dead. So keeping your mouth shut to protect him ain't gonna help you any here. But us, the sooner I get the fuck out of your hair and never come back, the happier I'll be. We'll leave you the fuck alone. But we need your help here. Tell us where he is, so I can leave and we can go gut him and his men like pigs. Then we'll all be done with him.
He's been in Vault 816. Ever since the Gunners demoted him, he's been hiding out there, planning his revenge.
816, huh? I know where that's at. You say he's been there this whole time? Like, for years? Because last I heard, there was a pretty harmless bunch of Atom cultists down there.
Yeah. After the defeat in Diamond City and subsequent demotion, he took his few remaining loyal men to find a new base of operations. They weren't at their strongest, so they found a vault full of otherwise peaceful children of Adam and wholesale slaughtered them.
Were you guys in on this vault slaughter?
No. We resigned our commissions right after the defeat at Diamond City. Kali was barely done with breastfeeding. She would have starved. I got no taste for this bullshit anymore. Every time I see a gunner uniform, I have nightmares for days. Your sheriff, she's the devil.
Yes, she is. Remember that in case you're lying to me. Anything else you want to tell me? You play me straight, you'll never see us again.
The cultists and their arcane trappings you meet outside the vault are just a cover to keep people away. They're not cultists, they're gunners. It's a front that served him well for years. It looks like a cult vault on the outside, but it's a gunner vault, I can promise you that much.
All right, good enough. If this info checks out, we're through here. You don't want to make any last-minute, corrections?
No. No, we've been straight with you. You said it yourself. He's got us marked for death. Protecting him don't help us any.
All right, then. Looks like we're done. Watch out for the girl, folks. Good luck to you out there. Come on, we've got a report to make.
はい。保安官に報告しに行けってよ。あ、一応セーブだけしとこう。ここで。帰り大変になるかな。あ、いかん。いかん。遠方にファストラです。そこ歩っていくの大変なんだよ。 あ、いるね、パイパー。よかった。たまにはちゃんと正規のとこから入ろうかな。一回ここでセーブしよう。ぬかワールドだったから。今んとこバーハーバーには行かないんだね。
Report.
We found a Dunmore homestead where the caravan said it'd be.
What did you find out about the Dunmores and this colonel person?
Oh, they just love you, Sheriff.
If they didn't hate me, it would mean we weren't effective. Elaborate.
I hope you got coffee. This is a long one.
Dan and I are going for coffee when we're done here. Feel free to join us.
You know, I think I just might. Gotta get the taste of Nuku World out of my mouth. Anyway.
That ain't no lie. Suffice to say, the Colonel ain't thought of nothing but killing you since Hangman's Alley.
So, that gunner attack on Diamond City years ago, the one that killed the Oaks family, that made you famous and started the FSD? It wasn't an ordinary attack. It was an attempt at conquest, occupation, and resettlement. Diamond City was to become Gunner City. They wanted to do what those raiders in Nuka World pulled off. Keep supply lines open, keep the economy going, and make it their home. So they got it in their heads to look for gunners who were family members of each other to compromise the assault force. You know, root down, turn the metal shack into a home, and be there long term. Maybe fart out a little gunner or two. And this colonel was tasked with seeing the operation carried out.
Not the smartest move for anyone who's a historian of military conflicts, but I suppose gunners don't care if entire families get annihilated.
You had a force comprised of parents and their adult children, husbands and wives, siblings, in-laws, and cousins. And at the helm was the colonel, who brought both of his sons and his brother on the assault operation.
I see where this is going.
It don't take a rocket surgeon.
Exactly. You know that thing you did where you launched the flare to get their attention, then decorated River Street with the prisoners? Turns out the colonel watched both his sons and his brother go up on those lampposts, gagging and kicking at the clouds while Diamond City cheered. Not saying he didn't have it coming, but you ended his family line that day. But Dunmores, you helped about 75% of them shake their mortal coil while the last 2 of them watched them across the river. They left the gunners to raise their mutual niece, made an orphan on that day.
So, in looking to slaughter entire families in Diamond City, this colonel instead found himself on the receiving end of his own objectives.
I'm pretty sure the irony is lost on him. The troubles we've had with them recently, this entire venture is external of the gunner organization. This is all the colonel. This is all about vengeance. And this is all about hurting you, our friends, and what we've built here. Don't get me wrong, the Dunmores will love to strangle you with your own entrails too. But they moved past it to raise their adoptive daughter.
This is why any officer worth their salt won't put a family in such a position. But, as Dan said, the gunners don't care about their troops.
Did you get a location?
I did actually. Vault A16, the beast from the east.
The Karen Vault.
Oh, you're the history buff, Dan. Lay it on us.
During the early half of the 21st century, mankind underwent a dramatic dumbing down, not seen since the burning of the Library of Alexandria. Terminals, interconnected on a decentralized civilian network, allowed for the unrestricted free movement of information and misinformation. Facts were replaced with fantasy as experts became marginalized and people started to believe whatever they wished. Many of these movements adopted ideas incompatible with sustained multi-generational life in the confines of a vault and took them as gospel.
What sort of ideas?
Nobody knows. According to the merchants, the children of Adam occupy it, and they built up the outside like a fortress. They've been there as long as anyone can remember, and they're not interested in history. Nor are they interested in allowing outsiders access to any terminals which would yield answers. The only thing that is for sure is Vault Tech routed all paying customers subscribing to these beliefs into this one vault to protect the others. That made it the largest vault east of the Mississippi River, hence the so-called Beast from the East nickname.
That's the other thing that was mentioned. This colonel took Vault 116 from them shortly after the defeat, slaughtered every last one, I'd imagine. There are supposedly some of his troops around the entrance dressed up as cultists to keep outsiders away. It's all a cover.
You're the head scout, Crenshaw. Can you add anything?
No, and that's the problem. The vault's been a black box for as long as anyone can remember. Children of Adam don't let anyone near the entrance. Seems to have worked so well that no one even noticed when the gunners took the vault from them and put up the cult facade.
Ironic the Colonel achieved with the vault in an ancillary operation what he couldn't achieve with Diamond City as his main operation. Total and seamless replacement of the population.
Irony doesn't seem to be the Colonel's strong suit.
Lily.
I don't know anything about 816 that Crenshaw didn't mention. Just it's a black hole where nobody goes and the cultists have it. Had it, at least.
This will make planning difficult, to say the least.
One thing is for certain. We're not going to be waiting around to be hit again. We're going there, and we're going to finish this once and for all. And of course, Lily's sidekick here. Good work on escorting Crenshaw to the Dunmores. Here is your payment. Did you have any questions? It will take time to plan, weigh, and decide on various options. But an assault of this vault in some capacity is in order. We will contact you when we are ready to move. You've been a reliable hired gun this far. We'll need some time to consider all of this and plan a number of strategies.
And coffee. I said count me in for the Slocums. Word from Gary is that Terry is working really hard on dressing up the place. I'm looking forward to seeing it.
Yes, of course. Anyone here is invited. Lieutenant, bring the walkie-talkie we recovered from the gunners. It may yet prove useful.
Sir?
I'll meet you over there. I'm gonna drop off my power armor first.
Excellent work, everyone. Expect to hear from us in the next 48 hours. Dismissed.
ね、おもちゃすごいよね。渋滞してるわ。ってことは、ラジオどこにある？さっきからうるせえんだよ。あ、ラジオ止めらんねえ。気をつけよう。渋滞してますけど大丈夫？リリーまで合流した。それは厳しいかな、工場だし。誰も座ってないのに揺れてるんですけど、この犬怖いよいやいやいやいやいや、それ座ってないでしょ、あんた。ハイパーがお茶目すぎては。ダンをオーバーテイク。ダンたまにすげえステルス効果発揮するからな。昨日びっくりしたわ、ステルスすぎて。 どの席だ？やっぱ下半身を大きくしたからな。太ももがムチムチでいいね。超ムチムチ。いいねいいね。
I'll meet you over at the cafe. I want to see if Terry's done anything with it yet.
なんかパイパイより太ももでかくの見えるんだけど。
Sure, what's up? I'm the same guy I was when we first met. And again when Lily introduced us formally. I head up the scouts around here. Which also means I'm in charge of the scavvers and riggers bringing stuff we find back here to the department. Especially the heavy stuff. That's not my department. Jobs will almost invariably come from Angie, the sheriff, or Lieutenant Dan. Try asking one of them. Suit yourself.
なんか場所違ったのかな。ああ、そこに座れと。
Hey, who pushed all these tables together?
Terry.
Oh, you must be Gary's new girl. We haven't met yet. I'm Crenshaw. Gary and the others from DC call me Iggy, so you can too.
Terry.
Very nice to meet you, Terry. Any friend of Gary's is a friend of ours.
Terry?
Not at all. It's fine. Just not used to seeing anyone really give a damn about this place. Those tables haven't been moved since I've been here. What's the occasion?
Terry? Aw, that's so sweet, Terry. And creative, I'll give it that.
That was very thoughtful of you, Terry. We are honored to be part of your grand opening.
Well, this explains why Gary told me to get down here.
あ、こいつグールだったんだ。
Join you?
Not at all. Please do, Whitworth.
So you're Terry, huh? Nice to meet you.
Terry?
Of course, where are my manners? I'm Whitworth. I live 2 doors down from you. Welcome to the neighborhood.
Terry?
The boom booms, bang bangs, and stabby stabbies. Gary doesn't have much use for my store, but my customers keep him in business. Ha! That's weapons dealer humor.
Terry?
This looks like an entirely new cafe. Very impressive.
Terry?
I agree. This room was in need of a makeover.
God damn, Terry. This is some serious gourmet shit.
Fuck me. I haven't had coffee this good since before the war. How'd you get ground so fresh?
Terry.
Good coffee is essential for morale. I'm glad we finally have some.
Terry made quite the impression during her debriefing with Lieutenant Dan and I. Thank you for bringing her home safely, Lily.
It was my pleasure. And well worth it for coffee like this. So, you guys ever figure out what those raiders wanted with all those vault supplies she had for the department? They were loading them on a boat. Terry.
Lieutenant Dan reached out to Bunker Hill to try to find out more information on them. We heard back from Kessler. Lieutenant?
If Kessler was a good leader, those raiders would have been dead years ago. Just thought I'd throw that out there.
Yes, Kessler relayed some very useful information about this gang. Unsurprisingly, she has dealt with and paid ransoms to them before. Apparently, kidnapping and ransom of paying Bunker Hill customers is their MO, customers who have yet to settle their bills with Bunker Hill. If the customer owes Bunker Hill 1,000 caps, they will ransom their victim for 500, for example, and Kessler usually pays. It would seem, Terry, that your idea of hiring Stockton to move your cargo is what saved you from their other MO.
Terry?
That being if they kidnap someone who doesn't owe Bunker Hill money or Kessler doesn't pay?
Exactly. As raiders are widely known to sell said kidnapping victims to the gunners for 100 caps. Everyone assumed for slavers. Kessler's message was delivered in an envelope that contained another message. This one from Lucas Miller. Lucas Miller just happened to be leaving Bunker Hill after one of these failed ransoms, heading north along the coast in his usual route. He saw one of these exchanges take place from a distance. The raiders accessed a door with a keycard and entered. A few minutes later, the raiders came back out without the kidnapping victim and went on their way. But here's why Lucas sent the message. It happened in front of Vault 816, a stop on his route. Occupied by a very cloistered but rather benign sect of the Children of Adam.
The Children of Adam ain't into slavery. I mean, don't get me wrong, they're into a lot of wacky shit. The meat market ain't one of them.
Lucas has access to that vault. He's the only merchant they let in the last few years, and it pisses off the other merchants to no fucking end. None of them could get in to do business, no matter how hard they tried. Now it's starting to make sense. They were trying to hide it from too many eyes.
I may have a dedicated route, but talk to the other caravans on the road. Lucas is famous for being the only merchant they let into that entrance. They let him do business with them when nobody else can even get their foot in the door. Literally. We always thought he might be a closet cultist. Tell me he's not in on it.
That doesn't fit his personality. Lucas, above all else, doesn't want to get involved in trouble. He's not the type to ask questions. He would not compromise a paying customer unless this was a very grave issue for him. He had nothing to gain by sending us that message. That he felt compelled to put his neck on the line and sent a message to us at all speaks volumes about his revulsion to slavery.
I've known Lucas for years, and I've never heard a better description of him than that just there.
Sheriff ain't lying. Lucas has the personality of a dead bloodworm. An ice-cold one. He say anything else? He stopped by to do business?
Terry?
He did, only an hour later. He said nothing looked out of the ordinary on the inside. He didn't see the victims, and he did business with cultists.
This is starting to add up.
It is. The last piece of the puzzle came with the cargo manifest on the boats that Terry's shipment was being transported on.
Cargo manifest? The hell kind of raiders are these? These guys don't even wipe their asses.
I ain't never heard of no raiders keeping a cargo manifest. Most of them can't even read.
The kind of raiders who are dealing with a meticulous and well-funded gunner splinter group that resides in Vault 816. Lieutenant?
The cargo manifest said Terry's shipment was to be brought to Vault 816 for a sizable fee, most likely to restock the occupants. In light of that evidence, we think we know what's going on now, and it supports the assertion that Dunmore has made about gunners in Vault 816. We believe that this Colonel individual is indeed in this vault, that his unit successfully rooted out and exterminated the Children of Adam there. In order to avoid suspicion, they've kept up the cult facade. So well, in fact, it fooled Lucas Miller. We know that he had an entire group in Vault 75 devoted solely to kidnapping for the Institute, which was shut down by Crenshaw and Lily's sidekick. We feel he's doing the same with these kidnapping victims. His need for funding only gets more dire with each setback we deal him.
You can say it, Dan. We turned those fuckers into a pile of hamburger in that tunnel. Trapped them like rats in a meat grinder.
That would not be an inaccurate comparison.
This all started years ago when the Gunners decided to try and overthrow Diamond City and occupy it as their new capital. And failed. By now it's safe to assume you've all heard the story of what we did to those Gunners and why they've never attacked since. This colonel was tasked with the operation. He recruited whole families of gunners to join the assault. The intended new occupants of Gunner City. It would seem we then killed and hung entire families of gunner POWs, including the colonels when we repelled the assault and sent them a message. Without a shred of irony, he has taken this personally and made it his duty to take out our organization, even splitting from the gunners to do it. His plan was funded by the Institute in return for kidnapping victims. A task handled by this O'Brien Crenshaw killed in Vault 75. Except O'Brien got greedy and disobeyed orders to stay away from us. Orders intended to keep from arousing our suspicion. His unsanctioned kidnapping of Lily garnered our attention like no other kidnapping victim would. When O'Brien's files were compromised, this colonel had to move up his timetable, which brings us to the herbicide in the cistern water. A dead greenhouse alone could have ended our organization, if not for the electrolytic detectors in the water purifier shutting down delivery. The greenhouse is the lifeblood of our organization and our most important asset, and we were only a few gallons of water from losing it. Measures have been and are being taken to ensure this never happens again. But we're only here because we got lucky, not because we were prepared. Apologies. I am very angry with myself over the entire situation. Moving on. We traced the ID card used to access the cistern to a deputy who was killed on the east side of Boston some months ago. As Lily knew a resident in the area, we sent her to ask questions. She and her sidekick stumbled upon the unit tasked with poisoning the cistern.
And ended them like yesterday's news is what I heard. Good going, Lil.
I'm just sorry I didn't get to hang any of them.
I'm just glad you were okay. The intel Lily recovered revealed the scope of this operation, and a number of other clues, but did not help us locate the Colonel, so we had to wait. The next stage of the Colonel's offensive was the occupancy of the Atom Cat's garage as a diversion for attacking our front gate. We were able to take the garage back and repel their assault thanks to some brilliant tactics planned by Dr. McClintock.
She's gonna be the best maid at my wedding.
Maid of honor.
Terry. Whatever.
It's amazing we get through any briefing, much less these informal ones.
Sorry.
We repelled that attack, due in part to those tactics which let us take the Atom Cat's garage with a smaller force. As Lily observed, the attack on our main gate ended with them trapped in a tunnel under the police rationing site. We took no prisoners.
What happened to that one you took? I saw her in a jail cell when we got back with Spears.
Her information proved vital in locating the Dunmores. Once we were sure it was correct, we did what we do to gunners. Which brings us to the Dunmores, where we discovered that the Colonel is residing in Vault 816, most likely having slaughtered the original occupants. These revelations about the raiders that kidnapped Terry, as well as Lucas's message, all support a gunner presence there as well. Confidence is extremely high, and we are done sitting and waiting for him to move.
All right. So, what are we doing?
I have no idea. The place is reportedly a fortress even before you reach the main gate door. The cultists were very concerned about persecution. What I do know is that charging headlong into situations like this and pushing every flashing button we see is never the best approach.
It's always worked for me.
We need to formulate options, unconventional ones. So, if you will all excuse us, Lieutenant Dan and I must meet with Dr. McClintock. Terry, this coffee was superb. We are lucky to have you. I hope you have a successful grand opening.
Terry.
Lily, report to my office with your sidekick in 24 hours. We may need you again.
I get to do the work again? When are you gonna start paying me? Why this time?
We do pay you, and well.
Oh, yeah.
You know how important PSYOPs and public relations are to the functioning of this organization. The general population knows the faces of my lieutenants by design. It serves us well in both diplomatic and military efforts. That makes the two of you my most experienced fighters, with faces the Colonel's men won't instantly recognize. If there's a front to our operation, it will be the two of you. So rest well, enjoy your ample pay, and report to me in 24 hours. Understood?
I got your back, Lily. We all do.
Heck, that's a pretty damn good reason. Okay then, See you tomorrow, Sheriff.
Until tomorrow, then.
So, Terry, you know me and Gary are best buddies, right? You told me a bit about you, but I want to hear your side.
Terry?
Well, I guess at the beginning. Gary doesn't get out much. He's a healer, not a fighter. How did he meet someone from a vault so far away?
Terry! Really? And that's how you guys met? From hundreds of miles away?
Yeah, it's one of those things that sound like common sense after you hear about it.
Terry!
Hey guys, we heard about a grand opening. Mind if me and Gavin join you?
Terry!
Oh yeah? Sure. Let me make some room.
How's it going, guys?
Evan said we were crowding him, so we're headed over here. He wanted us to know that he's a big boy now and doesn't need a babysitter.
Oh, he's over there right now? I gotta remember to go say hi.
Speaking of, we asked him if being a big boy meant no more bedtime stories. He definitely still wants his stories, so I'm sure he'd appreciate that.
I'll make sure to get one when I say hi then.
Tari was just telling us how she met Gary from so far away.
Oh, yeah? Well, how'd you do that?
Terry!
Really? Well, why the hell didn't I think of that?
No shit? And I thought Barb was an out-of-the-box thinker.
Language?
Aw, give me a break, hon. Evan ain't here.
Terry!
See, even Terry agrees. She makes a good point.
Oh, this is such bullshit!
Terry!
Don't sweat it. I'll stop by next time you're at the gate and you can curse for 15 minutes straight. How's that sound?
I appreciate that more than you know.
Hey, you remember that idiot I was talking about the other day? One who dresses up like a security guard and stands behind Dummy Sullivan?
Yeah, the annoying one, right?
You believe he tried to show up dressed as a deputy to a briefing the other day? He got his hands on our fatigues somewhere. He just walked right in the front door and tried to pass Oates like he belonged here. Oates was like, "What the fuck? No, who the hell are you?"
No way.
Yeah, he got plastic surgery again. We only pinned him because of his voice. Oates made him strip off the uniform right then and there. Then he made him walk out the front door in his tidy whities at gunpoint. I thought I was gonna pass out. I was laughing so hard.
Ha! I gotta shake Oak's hand for that one. He's my new hero.
So, Terry, if that's how you met Gary, how'd the two of you, you know, decide to become a thing? At least, when did you know?
Terry!
Well, we came from almost as far north as you. An island called Far Harbor.
Terry?
That's a long story. We were raised in two different camps. I was in those weird Children of Adam, because they fed me in exchange for armor work. Gavin was part of the local village, and to say the two communities didn't like each other was an understatement. They shot each other on sight.
Terry?
We met by chance. Each of us was away from the community doing our jobs, and, well...
I totally boned her in the woods.
Ha!
Nice.
Was it a hardwood forest?
Terry!
Oh, Jesus Christ, Gavin!
What? It's the truth.
As I was about to say before being cut off, Terry, Gavin and I met by chance. And there was just... well, you know when you know. And when we saw each other...
I knew it the moment I laid eyes on her. She was taking a bath in a pool, naked as a mole rat, when I stumbled into the clearing.
Ignore him, Terry. The point is, that one chance encounter led to our first planned date, and then another. And don't you say it, Gavin.
A lot of private places out in those woods.
Nice.
Long story short, Terry, we fell in love. We hid it for a good long while, but when I got pregnant with Evan, everything changed. My people would have killed me and the baby. Gavin would have never been allowed to see me again. We had to do something. Everything became about how to save Evan. We booked passage on a boat, captained by someone who wouldn't ask too many questions. It wasn't a pretty trip. He ferried us across the water at the shortest point, took our caps, and told us to get lost. But it was all we needed. His tongue may be as sharp as Lily's, but Gavin here kept us safe and fed for weeks in the open wastes while we made our way down here.
I love you too, hun.
That there's a real nice man, Luna. You hold on to him.
You have no idea, Crenshaw. Him standing over me and Evan while I was giving birth, blasting those synths to hell with Lily.
It's getting a little hot in here.
Terry!
Surprisingly sexy in retrospect, given the circumstances, Terry. Okay, I answered your questions. Maybe a little too thoroughly. Now, how did you and Gary hit it off?
Terry! Whoa, slow down, Terry. Start at the beginning. We're all friends here. Terry.
Yeah, and then?
Terry.
Was that before
다리
or
못도.
after the Deathclaw?
Terry.
The entire stronghold? By yourself?
하나씩은 넘이 고면마세.
Terry. Well, yeah, that's one of the things latex is used for. Terry.
A mute fruit? In his head? And you just sewed it back up?
Terry. Aw, that's so sweet. Terry.
Ugh, I love Gary's poetry too. So romantic. No wonder you fell for him.
Terry.
Well, you know what they say. There's someone out there for all of us. You just have to find them.
I always figured it was a matter of finding someone compatible. There's got to be more Garys out there.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. There's only one Gary. And she found him. Just be happy for her.
Yeah, they broke the mold when they made Gary. I guarantee you there's nobody else like Gary out there. He's one of a kind.
Amen. We're lucky to have him.
Terry!
Jeez, okay. There's only one Gary. Got it. Don't throw me in the lockup. I just meant more people like him.
So I gotta ask here, Terry. You hired Stockton to move the stuff from your safe house to us? But how'd you get all that to the safe house on your own? Terry!
Well, that explains that. I'm gonna have you train my scavengers. They could learn a thing or two from you.
Tell me about it. She's full of good ideas.
Speaking of my scavengers, if you guys will excuse me, I got some boring officer roster shit to do.
Sounds awful. You have fun with that.
It's as boring as it sounds, but the faster I get it done, the faster I can get back out there. See you guys later.
Terry!
Sir.
Later on, Crenshaw.
See you later, Crenshaw.
Terry!
What? Oh, yeah, that's me. I mean, Babs grows the cotton, of course.
Terry?
All the textile operations I learned from my father, rest his soul, at a tannery in Far Harbor. He died when I was maybe 12. Fogcrawler got him.
Terry!
Yeah, he taught me the armor stuff too. I used it to earn my stay with the Children of Adam Cold. They had a lot of old military armor to fix up. I don't know how far north you're from, but the cultists up there have some of the best conventional armor Caps can buy today. That's all me.
Terry!
Nah, I never bought into that stuff. I didn't join because I wanted to. I was a young girl, suddenly on her own. They had shelter and hot food.
Terry?
You kidding me? My people are a bunch of inbred xenophobes. She was an outsider on the other side of the island, not one of them. They just as soon have her starve than let another person into that tiny closed-off community. No, Luna went to the right people to stay alive.
I paid lip service to their weird shit and towed my line in the armory. And they gave me protection and food. Not a bad deal compared to starving to death in the woods, if you ask me.
Terry.
So, Terry, which vault are you from, anyway?
Terry.
Never heard of it. Of course, I'm no vault expert either. Where is it?
Terry. Dang, it's a long haul. But the Gare Bear's worth it.
Hey, I know where that is. That's way up north in the Annex Zone. I've never been there, but I heard caravans mention it from time to time. And it's still functional? That's only the second one I've ever heard of still working. The other one is Barb's old vault.
That's up north in Canada. That must have been one of the last vaults made. Most were commissioned by the government before the annexation. Probably explains why it's still working.
Terry?
Well, you figure if Vault-Tec had built almost 100 vaults in this country by the time they started on yours, that means they had the time to learn and perfect the technology, materials, and techniques. Vault-Tec didn't half-ass construction, just everything else.
Your ancestors didn't have to go through some sort of ordeal and get chopped into food for a Vault-Tec experiment, did they?
Terry.
What sort of genetic experiments?
Terry.
What's that mean?
It means they made copies of living things, I think. Probably for livestock and crops. I've heard Babs use the term before. We should ask her.
Yeah, that's exactly what it means.
Well, I'm glad you got your ass out of there before they did any weird genetic stuff on you.
Oh, hey, look who it is.
Gary.
Terry!
Hey, neighbor.
あ、
What's
ボットが
happening?
一人増えた。
Terry!
Yeah, you got an amazing girl here, Gary. Definitely a keeper.
Terry!
Yeah, she told us that already. I'm really happy for you, Gare Bear. This looks like it's really working out for you.
Gary.
And we love having you, Terry. And I have to add, this coffee is amazing.
Gary?
England.
Gary?
It's across the ocean, in Europe. Well, what's left of it.
Gary.
I didn't. I came here before the war for a business trip. The bombs delayed my return flight by over 200 years.
Gary.
Yeah, I ain't never heard nobody who sounds like Whitworth either.
Terry!
Whitechapel Charlie. He's about as English as the Chinese. Assembled in Kansas from parts made in Mexico as a Mr. Farmhand he was. The thing talked like a bleeding redneck for 150 years before Hancock uploaded a new personality and put him in the third rail. There were a lot of countries that used that language. They all sounded a little different. England, Boston, up where Terry's from, you name it. I can even tell you what part of London you're from by your accent. If there was anyone else here from London.
Gary.
Yeah, really bad timing. I was set to fly home the day after the bombs. Instead of seeing my family, I got my green card.
The what now?
Green card. It's what the government gives foreigners to show they're allowed to stay in the country for as long as they want. It's just a bit of a bad joke. It's just been stuck here for 2 centuries. It feels like 100 lifetimes ago sometimes.
Gary?
I was a private contractor for the Foreign Office. Things weren't going well for us back then. The European Commonwealth had dissolved. There was a war with the petrol countries who were strangling Europe out of the market. That only led to more resource wars. It was every country for itself by then. And this country needed weapons badly for its own war. Weapons my government would supply. In fact, this country needed so many weapons that if the Chinese knew just how many we were sending over, they would have nuked us first. That's where my part came in. China warned my country not to supply the weapons, but we supplied them anyway, through unofficial channels. Me. The day before the bombs, I was in the Boston Federal Courthouse to ink a deal for literal shiploads of weapons to this country. Little did I know weapons would be raining down all over the planet before I could finish my trip and get back home.
Gary?
That's exactly why. I was a quartermaster in the military and knew my way around shooters more than most people. It was the only real skill I had after I got discharged for behavior unbecoming of His Majesty's service. It got me a job working for the very active and very profitable contraband arms market, with some rather unsavory characters. Ironically, that's why I got tapped by the Foreign Office. They needed my weapons knowledge and morally flexible contacts. It sounded like a good job to me. Get first-class travel, see where Elvis lived, experience your country for a bit. You know what I mean?
Gary?
Elvis? The king. He was from this country, lived over 300 years ago. He was a singer and songwriter, real popular with the biker gang I ran with. In fact, running with that gang got me into so much trouble, I had to enlist in the military to avoid prison time.
And because McDonald was a dumb fuck, you're with us now.
Fewer fleas up here than in field anyway.
Gary?
Oh. I had two beautiful little daughters. My wife was the best mother to them. They were perfect. The sad part is, I think about them every day. But after 2 centuries, I can't remember their faces or the sound of their voices anymore.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Whitworth.
Gary?
I couldn't have said it better myself.
I know. I came to my peace that I'm never gonna see him again, alive or dead, a long time ago. Doesn't stop me from wondering, though. Don't get me wrong, I'm very grateful for you people. And you're my new family. I never thought the species would last this long after the war, much less be sitting around a table drinking Luxembourg coffee 2 centuries later. You got something nice going on here with this stadium. The greenhouse, food, and those kids. You got some real breathing room. If you want my advice after 200 years, don't let go of that. Keep this as long as you can. Maybe make a few more kids while you're at it.
You old softy. I'd kiss you if it probably wouldn't pull a scab off your head.
Gary!
Terry!
Gary!
Terry!
Gary!
Hey, we're trying to eat here, guys. He didn't say make the kids now. Get a room.
Gary!
Ha! She told you off.
She's got a sharper tongue than you do, Lily.
Not possible.
I gotta agree with Lily here.
Hey, Linda, how's it going?
Hey, guys. I was just heading over here to practice. Iggy said something about a grand opening?
Hey, Linda. How's it going? Did you get a chance to use the new rounds I gave you the other day? You like them, any?
Hey, Whitworth. Yeah, I did. They're nice and consistent. Gilly spotted for me, and we plinked a few mutants on top of Trinity Tower during lunch.
Trinity Tower? That's over a few couple clicks away in high winds.
I was there. The lieutenant blasted the shit.
We're off duty, Gavin.
Sorry, Linda. Habit. But as I was saying, yeah. I watched through my scope while Linda called out and brained a couple of them. You both do quality work.
Well, it ain't my work, but I've got a line of communication through cricket with the lady who pressed him about a day's travel west of here. Remember that old town where Crenshaw and his crew got the cotton carder and the spinning wheel? It's not far from there. I can tell Cricket to pick up some more if you want. She should still be here in town until tomorrow.
Definitely get them all you can. Tell Cricket to clear that merchant out of her stock in that size and put in an order for me. Tomorrow's promised to nobody in this world, so we'll get them all the getting's good.
You got it, Linda.
Gary!
So, you're the one Gary's been telling us all about.
Gary!
Nice to meet you, Terry. I'm Linda, or Lieutenant Harkins for on-duty folks.
Gary!
Snipers. I head up the snipers for the department. Mostly, that involves teaching them to shoot straight and staying awake in a nest for 3 days.
Terry!
Yeah, well, we've known each other for over 10 years now at least. Right, Gary?
Terry.
I'm one of the ones who's been with the sheriff since the start. Can't remember when we met, I was so young. We shared cribs.
Speaking of which...
Oh god, here it comes.
No, I'm done asking you for her name. You guys won't ever give that up. It's like some sort of game for you now. I just have so much trouble picturing the sheriff as a kid.
Yeah, what was that even like?
Frustrating. She won almost everything growing up. First place, top of the class, time and again. The only thing I did better than her was snipe. Some of our less secure classmates came to really resent her for that. Found it easier to be her friend. She's not someone you want to make as an enemy.
She ever, you know, had a guy she liked or anything?
Thought once, maybe. I don't know. There was a guy in Dry Fountain she started spending a lot of time with. He had a daughter she liked.
Oh, that's the town in Pennsylvania, right? Where?
Yeah, that place. The whole thing with the Brotherhood started to unravel after we disobeyed orders and stayed to defend it from gunners. That man and his daughter were killed in that attack. A lot of us were. The burn marks on my face came from the same blast that took off her arm. If there was ever gonna be a guy for her, it would have been him. She would have loved that little girl to her last breath.
Gary. You're right. And that's why we don't talk about it around her.
I still can't imagine her as a little kid, running around with toys and playing games.
She didn't.
That explains a lot.
None of us did, actually. Unless you count cleaning guns, orienteering, and ranging targets for snipers.
That explains a hell of a lot with you guys.
This is why I don't answer your questions more often.
Gary?
No. We weren't allowed. Your life is never your own when you're born into the Brotherhood. You don't realize that at first. Some never realize it. Real sneaky about it, too. You live, eat, breathe, and sleep Brotherhood until you believe you actually want to be there. Most younglings buy into the pride of the Brotherhood thing because they're never really given another option. They don't know any other way. Eventually, even if they realize they were born into it without any choice, they come to believe it's what they would have chosen anyway.
Terry!
It only sucks if you're aware enough to know it sucks. Suppose that's a silver lining, Gary.
Hey guys, Iggy won't shut up about the coffee up here. You got room for one more?
There's my power armor, buddy. Up and around.
Oh, hey, Mark.
Good to see you feeling better, Mark.
Oh, hey, Mark. Yeah, pull up a seat.
Terry!
I promise I'll lay down if I get tired. But I ain't about to miss your girl's grand opening.
Gary.
Of course, it's the least I can do. I'm Mark. Just call me Spears.
Gary?
No, Spears. Plural. There's a S at the end.
Gary?
You got it. Nice to meet you, by the way. And a friend of Gary's is a friend of mine. The man's sold me up at least 3 times by now.
Terry.
5? Are you serious?
Terry.
I remember all 5 of the ones he's talking about, Mark. Sorry.
Well, that just means I'm tougher, is all. What are you guys talking about, anyway?
They were pressing me to spill info on the sheriff. Again.
Oh, is that what today is?
Yeah, so, it's your turn to deal with them. Came here to practice anyway.
You're playing, Linda? Nice.
I am indeed. So if you'll excuse me, I'll be right over there.
Gary?
Oh, yeah. Most of the Brotherhood officers know an instrument. Or at least, they used to before they gave it up after graduation. It's part of the classical military training. Lyndon just never gave up practicing her instrument like the rest of us did. Hell, she even learned a couple more.
Gary!
It's very impressive. She relieved a lot of stress and passed a lot of time for the entire squad over the years doing that. It feels like home.
Gary?
I head up the mechanized units. I'm the power armor guy.
Spears likes power armor almost as much as me. Almost. He really tricked out my whip.
Gary!
Oh, it means he put a lot of mods on my frame and shell. When your job is to keep the rest of the department in power armor, your own set quickly becomes the most important one of the bunch.
Oh god. Here it comes. Never ask Lily about her power armor, Terry.
Hey, Lily. Why don't you go pay Evan a visit before you get to talking about your power armor and can't stop?
Well, that's one way to tell me to shut up, I suppose. And a damn effective one. Little guy's in his room, you said?
Yep, he's a big boy now. He's even taking visitors. Maybe you'll get lucky and he can pencil you in.
Yeah, go visit him while we get the dirt on you from your sidekick here.
Hey, I'll have you know, being an independent contractor for me is one of the most sought-after jobs in the Commonwealth.
Yeah, if you're into suicide. I don't know where you keep digging these people up.
Parole office. Now, excuse me, I have a date with Evan. I'll be next door. Catch up with me when these guys are done interrogating you. Don't give away no trade secrets now. Beautiful song, Linda. Thanks for playing it.
My pleasure, Lily. See you later.
Sounds like a good time to make my exit as well. Thank you all for the company. This was excellent coffee, Terry. Given the state of the world today, it might very well be the best coffee in the world. Well done.
Gary!
See you later, Whitworth.
Terry.
Thanks for sharing the story, Whitworth. See you tomorrow.
Take care, my man. Thanks for showing up.
Gary!
Terry.
If he asks, tell Evan we won't be much longer.
Gary? Gary.
何言ってるかわかんないからどうかしてる
Lady
かわか
here
ん
is
ない
gonna give it to you straight. But you signed up for one of the most dangerous jobs in Boston. I love her to pieces, but Lily's fucking crazy. I have no idea how she stayed alive this long. I just know her sidekicks never do.
Terry?
I've known her for a while. She's the fucking luckiest person to ever walk the face of the earth. Born under a good sign or something.
Probably has a guardian angel to boot.
She has a guardian angel, a T-53 Mach 6 power armor lining, a targeting software suite with eyepiece, and a second-gen EXC-17 servos in her frame. The sheriff was pretty clear about where we put the resources. Lily could hug a mini-nuke when it went off, or bench press a bus, no problem. I can guarantee you no other power armor I've seen in all my years has 2 fusion cores for ripping a turret off a tank or throwing boulders. Best single unit I ever made, including Brotherhood Elders and the sheriff's power armors.
Gary!
Yeah, that's a pretty damn good guardian angel.
So you rolled with enough of us now. What do you think of our little organization? I hope it made an impression. Nobody's forcing you to be here. That's the Brotherhood you're thinking of. Door to the south is the fastest exit.
Terry?
Gary!
Terry? Terry?
You too, Gary. Take care.
Later on, Gary.
Bye, Gary.
So Iggy says you guys struck pay dirt on the gunner that poisoned our water and took the Adam Cats hostage, huh? That's what Iggy said. Something about a giant vault that used to be inhabited by the children of Adam.
Terry?
816.
Terry.
I agree, it is an odd number. Well, it's an even number, but it's definitely outside the recognized government range.
Terry.
I don't suppose it made the trip with you from your vault?
Terry.
You give Lieutenant Dan enough time, he'll probably find out more about it. But we ain't got that kind of time. Those gunners are gonna keep hitting us again and again until we put a stop to them. They've been beaten by us I don't know how many times. They just don't learn. Whatever the vault was for, we'll just have to wait until we can reach some terminals inside the place.
Doesn't matter what it was for. It's about freaking time we moved. I know I'm not the only one who's had it up to here with these gunner attacks.
I have to agree with Gavin. I think most of us do.
Speaking of moving, Gavin, I believe you promised me some time in the greenhouse.
You're right, I did. Let's get going before I get started on another rant.
See you later, guys. Tell Bob I said awesome planning with the Adam Cats garage.
Terry!
Easily the best coffee I've ever had, Terry. I'm glad you're here with us.
I have to agree. See you around, neighbor.
Beautiful music as always, Linda. Thank you.
Of course. Enjoy the greenhouse.
Yeah, I'm gonna bounce too. I still got a lot of repairs to do after all the fire folks took in the Mass Pike Tunnel.
Terry!
Congrats on the grand opening, Terry. And yeah, this coffee is the best. You're gonna fit in here just fine.
ああ疲れた。長え。30分ぐらいかかったんじゃないかこれ。進まないのもあるし進むのもあるしってあるな。リリーを探そう。エヴァンと一緒にあら。あはは。もう戻りたくないからここでセーブしとこう。疲れたマジで。聞いてるだけで疲れたわ。またなんか食ってるよ。パイパイよく食うな。それはどこに いるのかな。お、今日ここじゃなかったわ。
Wow, that was a great story, Aunt Lily. What happened to the other 3 pigs?
Well, the wolf walked right into Quincy Pig's front door, because the guard was drunk and feeling sorry for himself, wishing it was like old times. The wolves got rid of Quincy, and just like that, they moved into his house. Little Bunker Hill tried to pay off the wolves, give him money not to hurt him. The wolves kept coming back and demanding more money. So Bunker Hill never really got rid of his problem. One day the wolves are gonna ask for more money than that little piggy has. And that won't be a good day for Bunker Hill, his friends, or his house. And the most successful pig, Little University Point, got into trouble with a different and much stronger wolf. He never gave up and fought as hard as he could, but Quincy Pig screwed him over and never showed up to help. In the end, University Point, well, I guess he burned down his own house with him and the wolf inside rather than give it up. Not bad if you ask me.
Tell me about the 4th pig again.
You like him, huh? He's my favorite too. Remember what the pig did when the wolves showed up at his door, right?
I sure do.
Well, when the Diamond City Pig was done with the wolves, he had a little work to do to make sure they never came back. He got the very same nail gun and chainsaw he used on the wolves, and he took all those wolf bodies, and he built his house out of wolf skulls. It might not have been as sturdy as the one made of brick, but it sent a message, and the wolves never, ever tried to blow it down. In fact, the wolves never entered that pig's zip code or harassed any of his friends ever again. The end. Now, remember when I told you about bullies when the story started? What does this story teach us, Evan?
Don't ever start the trouble, but always be the one who ends it. Right?
That's what makes us the good guys. Sort of. But what else did I say about finishing fights? Think real hard.
Tell them the message?
Good enough. Remember I said to finish everything with that first fight and you won't have to fight the bully ever again? That's the message.
Oh yeah.
You'll figure it out one day. For now, if someone bullies you, you hit him as hard as you can, and keep hitting him until someone pulls you off.
I will, Aunt Lily.
Gotta go now, Evan. Remember, you're in charge until Mom and Dad get back, okay?
I got it under control. Don't you worry.
すみません。
Hey, what's up? Coffee's all done? Right. See you later then.
Bye, Aunt Lily. I love you.
Aw, you're making my heart melt. Love you too, Evan. Remember to stay safe.
あ、とりあえず出よう。いつ CTD になってもいいように。24時間以内に保安官に報告する。このクエストを完了し、時間になると新しい目的が現れる。あ、そう。保安官ってどこなんですか？ちょっと待って。プレイヤーホームちょっと見てこようか。ついでだから。で、これ合ってんのかな？方向的にこっちじゃなかったっけ？違ったっけ？違ったっけ？あ、これだ。いや、治ったからさ、ちょっとこれしたいんだよね。これいらないの。治ったからさ、ベッド作るんだよ。せっかくだからね、綺麗なベッドを作りたいんだよ。うい。 違うな、これ子供用だよね。あれマットレスでかいのないのこれ。あ、でかいマットレスがない。ああ、ないんだ。でかいマットレスないの痛いな。じゃあ仲良く二段ベッドにしようかな。いやー、どうしようかな。赤いのにしようかな。あと何立てよう。あとシャワーを浴びていいから、シャワーを浴びる。シャワー、ほい。プールとシャワーで。シャワー室作りてえな。いやー、そこは無理。これちょっとさ、なんか向きが無理無理な感じなんだけど。こう置けるんだけど、こう置いちゃうと当たりがきついんだよね。ワークショップモードが終了されちゃった。これシャワーでしょ。あ、ラット取るやつかこれ。あ、待って、これを取ろう。たらシャワー室を置けるんじゃねえのか。ああ、ダメだな置けなかったんだな。ちょっと待ってね。こうやってこのくらいにして、あ、嬉しい。治ったの超嬉しいんですけど、適当にこの辺にあるのを置いておけよって感じかな。何色しようかな。この色でもしようかな。よし、長い話が終わったところでシャワーを使って 武器がね、武器が背中に背負ってるからさ、武器ごと洗っちゃうんだよね。もうね、ちゃんと裸になってお見せできないんですけど、ちゃんと今みたいにカメラ回せるんで、見たい方は自分のでやってねって感じかな。これでほらお体綺麗になる。ちょうどね、なんかちょっとこうロードの影響で汚れが消えなかった時はね、これで落ちるんだよね。保安官事務所に行きますか。銭もらってこよう。どこだったっけな。どこだったっけな。ここが若干の迷路じゃなかったんだよな。どっからどう行くのかわかんないんだよな。いや、ダイヤモンドシティがそっち。保安官ほんとここはゴールの外は全てが消えた。どっちに行くんだこれ。まあね、こう2つ出口があるからさ、若干わかんない。あれまた戻ってきまた戻ってきた。あ、違う、これ戻ってるやん。そうじゃない。こっちに行きたかったんじゃないんだよ。ほらわけわかんないもんしておじいちゃん。こっちか。違う、こっちさっき行ったからだんだんわかんなくなってきた。じゃあこれアクセストンネル、どっち？保安官事務所でしょ。で、これかな。だんだんわけわかんなくなってきた。そうだね。報酬誰からもらえばいいの？誰もオランダ人。
どうやら共同利用には興味がないらし
い。報酬どうやってもらうの？24保安官に報告する。ここに管理し保安官どこに？事務所にいねえんだ。これは参ったね。こっちか、そうすると。なんかうんたらかんたら言ってたから、ここにいる可能性あんのかな。こっちにいないね。 いらっしゃるんだよね。で、さっきのシャワーってこのモッドの DLC のやつを入れてるに、
この場所を見ていかないか。
これ同じあれなの。多分使ってるモッドがそれなんだと思うな。モッドの集合体なんで、これ微妙なんだよね。こっちだね。着点。でもダメだな。いや、寝てるんだな。じゃあ寝る。あたいも自分の部屋に帰って寝るわよ。これ違う。トンネル通ってここ入ってでここここでよかったんだっけ。自分のお家がよく分かってない。一応ね、ウェルカムってここだ。ここです。じゃあ寝るかな。2時半。3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
本当に起きなきゃいけないのかな。
エッチなんだから。一回セーブして。これで事務所行きゃいいんでしょ。事務所こう考えてみると遠いな。
街の中で綺麗な水が
で、ここに行って、いねえし。いたし。
どれだけまだ動くと思う？
I hope this is quick.
いやいやいや。 いやいや、動くのやめて。
I heard gossip is a cancer. I am unamused by the question. I have no idea what you mean, but as your employer, complaints about a hostile work environment should go to Lily. If I have work for you personally, I will send Delano to find you. She will find you if you are in the bleachers. Not while I'm on duty. Now excuse me.
チェ報酬くんないけど。保安官に報告する。このクエストは完了し時間になるだぜ。保安官に報告することないんだけど。保安官に報告するって何を報告するの？
あら。
Yes. If I have work for you personally, I will send Delano to find you. She will find you if you are in the bleachers. Very well.
なんか座れるならここで待とうか。待って、ここで座ったまんまセーブする。8時間で間違えた。1時間経ったとして強引に24時間。朝だ、起きるぞ。あ、寝巻き姿じゃない。お前帽子かぶったまま寝てる微妙なやつ。
Now that's what I'm talking about. Let me go hop into my power armor. 早く来てね。少しの間リリーの部屋を占有してたんで。
Let's get started. Thank you all for coming. Now listen up. As you all know, almost 10 years ago, I had a job as a caravan guard for a merchant named Fiddle. Diamond City was a stop on our route. To make a long story short, a very large group of gunners attacked Diamond City while we happened to be there, at a wide open front gate. It was a very well-coordinated attack. The gunners employed standard urban assault tactics with a shock-and-awe mini-nuke blast at the onset. The initial blast killed many citizens, including Fiddle, the heads of security, 2 of Lily's friends, Sergeant Oaks' wife, and his little daughter.
Abby and Andy. We owe Oaks that much.
We owe the sergeant more than we can ever repay. The city would have you believe that I alone led the security force to repel the gunner attack. We all know Oaks played just as important a role. I did not stop the initial advance alone. Oaks was at my side, throwing everything he had at them. He was a ranking guard, and without his support, the demoralized security guards would not have rallied to my orders to repel the gunners. Instead of falling that day, Diamond City fought harder than it had in a century, beat back the gunners, and captured 36 of them alive. We all know what happened to the gunners we caught. It's why the gunners have left us alone ever since that day. However, it seems the commander of this attack wasn't satisfied at having escaped with his life that day, and has been plotting his revenge ever since. In the communications we've seen, he's referred to simply as the Colonel. But Crenshaw has obtained more details about him and his motivations. Among the gunners we captured were his brother and his 2 sons. His only children until we made them mongrel food. He hasn't forgotten about what we did to them. Much of the recent troubles we have had with both the gunners and the Institute can be traced back to this individual. Lily's kidnapping, the cistern contamination, Deputy Hewitt's murder, the attempted kidnapping of Mr. Dr. Pepper, and the occupation of the Atom Cats' garage with the simultaneous attack on Diamond City. Even random, unrelated kidnappings they did for the Institute to fund their operation can be traced back to his grudge against me. We have dealt with each of these attacks individually and successfully, but we are always reacting to his moves instead of addressing the source. That changes today. Crenshaw has the location of this gunner, so we are going to help him join the family he misses so much.
That, too, is the least we can do.
Iggy said he's holed up in a vault?
Yes. Crenshaw's early impromptu briefing, also known as gossip, was accurate. He and what remains of his force are in Vault 816.
So what the hell are we waiting for? Let's go punch this guy's ticket, clean out the vault, and be home in time for spaghetti.
A plan. Which is why you're here, Lily.
You never told me I had to come up with a plan. I ain't no super brain genius like Babs.
No, you're part of the plan, Lily. Please, just listen.
Sorry.
What did you find on Vault 816, Lieutenant?
There wasn't much reading to be had on Vault 816. The number is clearly out of the range used for the government-commissioned vault designations. About the only information we do have is that it served a protective role for the other vaults in some capacity, and it was massive. Its size, said to be at least as big as any 2 other vaults, made it the largest vault on the East Coast and gave it the nickname the Beast from the East. Sadly, that's all we have on the pre-war origins, history, and purpose of the vault.
Iggy said something about the children of Adam?
Yes, that brings me to the next part, the recent history of Vault 816. For that, I had to talk to a number of merchants and information dealers. As far back as living memory goes, Vault 816 was occupied by a very cloistered, but rather benign, sect of the Children of Adam. They dealt with few outsiders and let absolutely no outsiders in the vault. But like the cult in the Glowing Sea, they weren't hostile to outsiders. At some point in time after his defeat at Diamond City, the Colonel and his company took the vault by force, killing or enslaving the cultists. They didn't want to be found, so they apparently took on the identities of the Children of Adam themselves, at least on the surface. The vault was so cut off, in fact, that nobody in the Commonwealth noticed the entire vault had fallen and been replaced with gunners. Even Lucas Miller, the only merchant they ever dealt with, was completely unaware of the takeover.
I was thinking about this all day. Can we really be sure the folks in there are really gunners? I don't want to annihilate harmless cultists by mistake.
That is an excellent question, Lieutenant. How do we know we aren't being manipulated into attacking a vault that means no harm? Short answer is we can't be sure, but Lucas Miller's message, combined with what you discovered in Nuka World, increases our confidence. However, we can't be entirely certain, which is why our plan is not simply kick in the door and shoot.
That's a new approach for us.
I wish I could disagree. According to Lucas, access to the caravan containing the vault entrance is protected behind retractable armored plates. To complicate things, the door armor is re-extended behind him when he enters the vault, meaning they never open it for long. Cutting through the armor to force entry would take so long they could easily harden their defenses and turn the breach into a death trap for us. He also stated communication with the interior is done via an intercom by the armored door, so we're going to need to talk our way inside.
Yeah, and since half the Commonwealth knows you guys by face, they ain't gonna open for you. So let me guess why I'm here.
As I stated in the cafe, being forthcoming and engaging with the civilians we protect is critical for mutual trust and support. So yes, there is a not small chance any of us would be recognized, and this operation would become vastly more difficult.
I'm no fan of these gunners either. Alright then. What do you need us to do exactly?
To sell your sidekick into slavery.
I don't suppose selling them a token that says they own my sidekick is gonna work here. They're gonna want the real deal. What's the plan?
As simple as it gets. You pose as a raider trying to sell your sidekick to the occupants of the vault. This serves two purposes. First, if they try to make the purchase, it will confirm our suspicions. We will know that they are not actually children of Adam. Second, you can enter into the main entry area of the vault without arousing suspicion. And a small element of surprise will save lives later. If we have to cut through those armor plates, they will no doubt have the time to mass quite the arsenal on the other side of that door. Somewhere on the other side of that armored shutter is a control to open it and keep it open. You need to find it and activate it. I would start looking by tracing wires from the doorway deeper into the entryway. Most likely to a switch by the person on the intercom.
And once we open that door, armor back up?
Spears and I will enter, and we will clean the vault out.
You? You sure? This asshole's got your number.
The city will be in good hands under Dan Crenshaw and Harkins. If this colonel has something to say, he can say it to me himself. And then I will make sure that he knows, in no uncertain terms, who is killing him and why.
Okay. A bit intense, but it's got style.
I think I speak for Iggy and Dan when I say I'd rather be there with you guys. Expect a good story when you get back, Mark.
I will enter the location of the entrance into your power armor targeter. Lieutenant Spears and I will meet you there.
Let me guess. At night?
At noon. Raiders are lazy, and you're posing as a raider.
Oh, yeah. Good point.
Lastly, make sure your sidekick makes it to the vault door alive. We don't know if the gear door is closed. We may need a Pip-Boy.
Well, technically you'd only need the left forearm to make it, which from an operational standpoint is a much more attainable objective.
Good point. If your sidekick is wounded or otherwise can't make it to the gear door, use your blade to hack off their left arm at the elbow. Then you should be able to carry the Pip-Boy to the gear door yourself at the rally point.
You got it, Sheriff.
Are there any questions? Very well. Get to Vault 816 with Lily. Lieutenant Spears and I will meet you there.
マップがアップデート。午前11時から午後1時の間に到着すること。ああ、そう。というとこに。はっはー。はっはー。はっはー。ここに行けと。じゃあここでキャンプ張るかな。どこで？居住地になっちゃうかな。ああ、あそこでやり合ってんのか。あ、なんか外れてるし、あ、シャワー浴びると外れちゃうのね、きっと。やっぱり。 じゃあこっちじゃない11時からこの辺で貼るか。キャンプセット持ってたかな。キャンプセット作ってってなああ、そう、キャンプセット作ってない。あ、本当だ。あんなとこになんかできてるわ。確かに。あ、こんなとこにテントがあるじゃない。なんかいいのかな。使えねえテントだな。いや、キャンプセットを作っとくべきだったな。一回ここでセーブを。ちょ、何7時。こんなとこで待ってらんねえよ。11時。
Yeah, what do you want?
Yeah, I got a drop off to make here. Heard this was the place.
I don't know what you're talking about.
One of my friends who, you know, deals with Bunker Hill from time to time, he said if Bunker Hill wasn't buying what he had, then you would. So he sent me up here with the, thing, and told me to make a drop-off.
Where's your friend?
Oh, he's busy. He had to, paint... He had to paint his, mole rats. Yeah. Shh. Cloak and dagger stuff going on here.
We're doomed.
Alright, just you and your cargo, nobody else.
That's all there is. Open up and we can get this done.
Use your keycard.
My what now?
That's what I thought. If your imaginary friend didn't give you his card, then we don't have any business to conduct. Fuck off.
Hey now, I hiked all the way up here from...
If you don't have his card, then you're not with him. Come back when you have it, or don't come back at all.
Okay. Okay. Be an asshole. I'm for real. I'll come back here with a card and sell you this reject. Then you'll see. Holy shit, where the fuck are we gonna get a card?
Off a dead raider in Bunker Hill.
Sounds like a plan. A plan with a lot of walking.
Adam's peace upon you, my children. What business have you in our hallowed grounds?
Holy shit. Don't sneak up on people like that, old man. I almost shot you.
Easy, Lily. He'd have shot us in the back if he wanted us dead.
Forgive me, little one. It is just that you do not resemble anyone I have seen do business with the heretics inside.
Wait. You're no gunner, are you? There's supposed to be gunners in here.
Those interlopers, those butchers. No, Atom saves his most terrible punishment by those who would desecrate our holy grounds. Atom will rise upon the Eye of Division and smite them into the hazmat pit of oblivion. They will die 1,000,000 half-lives of decay. They will never see the light of Division. They will be condemned to the unholy cold of inert matter, forsaken.
Whoa, whoa. Slow down there, old-timer. I believe you. Don't blow a gasket on me here. You don't want CPR from someone in power armor.
Is that your tent back there? Why are you camped out here?
You do not have the look of raider or gunner about you. Your friend has more the look of a sidekick than a slave, if I were to be honest. What business do you have with the devils inside?
We're no friends of theirs, if that's what you want to know. But we asked you first. What's up at the cliffside campsite here?
That is my home beyond that steel curtain you see there. Years ago, I was the grand elder of the church that called the vault home as well. We had Atom's favor. He was good to us. His radiance shined down on us. Our mushrooms grew. Our lives were peaceful. The gunners came and one of our own betrayed us for money. He threw open our doors and the gunners poured through in the dead of night. They killed all of us without mercy. Every last one but for me. My friends. My family. Everyone I ever knew was cut down that night. I stay here, in this tent now, waiting for Atom to deliver me.
I'm sorry for your loss. Why did they spare you?
I do not know. I think it was Atom who stayed their hand. He is not done with my life yet. I feel it in these old bones. I have work to do for him. I do not know why Atom chose to forsake us and spare my life. Maybe it was our complacency. Maybe it was to teach me a lesson. But he challenges me now. I must try to get back into his grace. I must spread the word of Atom and return this vault to its former glory.
What if I told you we were here to kill every last gunner in that vault because they killed our family and friends too?
It is forbidden for unbelievers to enter the holy vault.
Is that your rule or Adam's rule?
Well, I mean...
Yeah, that's what I thought. We won't tell no one we went down there if you don't. I mean, that is, if we can even get in. Apparently they're expecting us to have a key card to get this damn metal shutter open.
Perhaps I could help with that. Perhaps.
Hey, if you got a key card hidden in those very flimsy robes somewhere, you better cough it up or pull it out of wherever it is.
Hear him out first. Cut the shit, old man. What do you want for the key card?
Our temple was the vault. It stood as a shining beacon of hope and protection for many seeking Atom's light. It was our anchor in this world. It provided safety, nourishment, isolation from the outside, and it attracted many seeking to learn the world of Atom. I needed to start anew. I ask that when you are done dispensing Atom's judgment on the interlopers inside, you leave me in peace with it.
We have absolutely no interest in stretching our forces thin enough to occupy a distant vault of no strategic value to us. I can't guarantee nobody else will harass you when we're gone. We're not going to join your church, and we can't defend the vault for you. But I hesitate to leave it in the hands of someone potentially just as hostile. I have been attacked by Atomites for no reason in the past.
I've been attacked by some. Others have been really kind to me. You never know if one of you is from those psycho sects. How we know you ain't just gonna attack anyone who comes close to the vault once it's yours?
Atom is not just division. He is the creation before division. He is everywhere and in all things. You ask if we will treat outsiders with respect? I tell you Atom demands it. To hurt those who live in harmony with Atom's creation is to hurt Atom and invite cold, inert damnation on one's soul.
Well, I don't know about you, but he's pretty convincing to me.
It seems we've reached an agreement then. Your key card for the claim to the vault when we're done. And you let travelers pass here without incident.
Under Atom's gaze, I swear it. May I never feel his warmth again if I bear false witness.
もうこういう助け舟が来るんだ。へえ、知らんかった。で、エントランス邪魔だ、リリー。
Yeah, I'm back. I got your fucking key card. Now we gonna do business or what?
No, it's you. Yeah, we can maybe reach a deal. Come on in. Just you and your cargo. Nobody else.
About fucking time. Don't shoot or nothing.
Once you're in, walk to the campfire and we'll talk.
Well, here goes nothing.
Just find that switch that opens this thing. The faster you do that, the faster we can come in and help.
ほーい。 たところで行くぜ。
Hey, I'm still planning on having kids, so let's move.
やば。
あまり長いすると毛が増えたり髪の毛がごっそり抜けたりするんだよ。
やばいやばい、これマジでやばいんだけど。
Alright, that's far enough. I'm gonna assume I'm doing business with the one in the power armor.
You ain't as dumb as you sound on the intercom. Yeah, Bunker Hill wouldn't pay up for this one. You know how it goes. So is plan B with you guys?
This one? Are you serious?
Yeah. She may be ugly, but I mean, look at, look at, I mean, look at those squinty, beady little eyes, and the tough as leather skin, the heavy sloping brow, and the hunched over stance. You only get that kind of back posture from honest labor. That ain't rickets or osteoporosis you're looking at. That's a hard worker there. And my man, let me tell you about the keystering ability. You should have seen what we caught this one running away with.
And the vacant look tells me we don't have a thinker here. Those gaunt eyes and... Hey, is that the early stages of scurvy I'm looking at here? Probably anemic. Got rat sores all over the ass, too. Yeah, you know the last one you guys pushed on me started drooling on themselves after you left? And I mean, come on, maybe disarm them first.
Hey, I'm just running a favor for the boss here. You can't blame me if the merchandise is faulty. Even severely in this case.
That's what I'm saying. Not a prime specimen, obviously. I ain't giving you standard rate for this sorry lump. 70 caps, take it or leave it.
70 caps? Are you fucking kidding me? At that price, I might as well be the one for sale. I schlepped this troglodyte all the way from Bunker Hill. And that's not anemia. That's food poisoning from the canned dog food.
I've seen thicker skin on a mole rat. 80 caps. If you don't like it, go to the next vault down the road with that sorry lump of shit you call sale.
You know, he's right. You ain't exactly selling yourself here. What do you have going for you anyway? Are you serious? You think they give a shit? 60 caps.
You got yourself a deal. Meet us back there at the gate.
Come on, gate's open. Gotta move quick. No more fucking around.
ん？何をしろと？退治せよ。来た。ああ、これ多いよ。와리가 아니가 호가니. 저薬品ちょっともらうわよ。で、次は何すんの？赤いボタンを押すんだ。どこだろう？ほんとどこだろうだよ。でん。
thing that vault gear door is open. Part of me thinks maybe we should hack your arm off for the pool boy anyway. They could close at any time. That's more dry humor.
入り口内のエレベーターで、保安官とピアス警部補。こっちか。来た来た。
Ooh, ouch! Ooh, my DNA.
ここで一回セーブして。
Good work, Lily.
Thanks. I ain't gonna lie. I was worried for a second. They didn't look too interested in buying my sidekick. I think it was the scurvy. Luckily, I drove a hard bargain and got him to pay top cap.
I see the vault gear door remained open. Fortunate.
So, what now?
Now comes the reason we wore power armor. We go down there and kill every last thing that moves.
Just us? The whole vault?
Someone else is on the way and will meet us down there later. But for now, yes, just us.
Maybe I should tie a hand behind my back to give him a chance.
If it's all the same to you, I'd rather they had no chance.
Almost forgot.
ちょっと待ってね。ラッターウェイ使わないとダメじゃん、これ。あ、こっちだね。
If it's all the same to you, I'd rather they had no chance. So put your helmet on and let's move out.
入り口で、何設定181に向かう。野郎ども行くぞ。スピアーズだけ入った。全員入った。お、来た来た。パイパーちゃんも来たね。
Vault 816. Let's do what we came here for.
Dan said this place was huge. Where the hell are we gonna start?
If one is the commanding officer of a vault occupation, there's one place ready-made for you to fulfill that role. The Overseer's office.
There's no way he's just gonna sit there and wait for us.
He most certainly won't be. But it gives us a place to start looking, which is more than we had coming down here.
All 全部取り除いたよ。好きにやってちょ。よし、ここで一回セーブして監督室上だね。
All of the day's work. Watch it. I hear something out there.
答えたね、ブルー。今の何だったの
ああ、そこにあるの。ほんとスコープ苦手。痛いんですけど、こっちだね。あ、タバコ。アトムのとこタバコなかった。なんでお前らタバコ持ってんだよ。これ上なんだよな。ここ開けたらいけるかな。イエーイ。完璧。
Yeah, we must have just missed them. Look at that cigarette.
Check the terminal, Spears. Get it all on a holotape if there's anything there.
Sir.
タバコって言われたらすぐ見つけてすぐにあれしちゃう。端末を読む。はい。CMO の端末でって何？どれ？どこ？この下だな。ちょっと待って、タバコもう一個ライター、トッドハードじゃねえな。いや、ここに何があるの？弾はもろうてくよ。なんか人数少なくね？溶かしちゃったけどさ。
お望みなら何か運ぶよ。
壊れてんのか。タバコがあるわけはないね。はい。あ、この机なんもねえ。病気が広がったのね。
The mystery of Vault 816 solved. Lieutenant Dan is going to want this information. Spears, get it on a holotape too.
Sir. I gotta tell you, I'm a little let down. I was hoping for a giant battle at some sort of doomed social experiment.
Indeed. And now we have to play a game where we guess what was in the head of a cynical chief medical officer when he hid the access code. Very well then. Let's go find the pieces of this code and get into Section B. Sweep every corner, kill everything that moves.
Play your cards right, you'll probably get shot in the head by someone not playing cards.
ほんとパトカーみたいな装備だよな。で、どうしろと？なんだそのパート1、パート2、パート3、パート4って。困ったな。したらしいよ。
You ever wonder why people carry around a single pool ball? Maybe a baseball mitt, but no baseball? Weird, right?
話すとさ、あれが見えないんだよ。もっと下なんだ。なんかすげえ水がいっぱい落ちてるんだ。俺の水がいっぱい落ちてるんだ。ピュアフルウォーターがリプレイスされてるんだよね。びっくりだわ。ちょっと待ってね。 もうちょい近づいてかないし。あ、見えない壁があったわ今。よし行こうか。入ると思ったよ。じゃあロード挟むと思ったよ今。こっくらいはね。欄干に当たってる。おいて。
Target acquired. Target acquired. Watch it. I hear something out here. Target acquired. There you are.
Ah, あれは分かったんだな。あ、アクセスできない。あ、アクセス終了？パート1終了。パート2、パート3。そこ行けねえんだよね。君たちピカボット聞いてるんだね。あ、またやっちまったよ。急にさ、伝説のものをさ、なんかこう頭に持ってくるのやめて。いらねえんだよ。そんなゴミいらないんだよ。ん
？Target acquired.
これ上だな。上近くにあるな。タバコだ。いや、なかった。誰だ、プラズマのあれガンガン投げてるバカったれは。本当に。いや、これボルト81よね。81の入っちゃいけないエリアそのまんまやん。今気づいちゃったけどさ。ちゃん気づいなんか
警戒態勢解除。
There you are.
ちょっと皆殺しにしてもマジでいいですかね。
ジャーナリストによくあることなんだろうか。
クリアわけ。 れはああ、ああ、おめえそこにいるんだ。
戦争好きの人間たちもターゲットを消失。敵はステルス戦術を使っています
いや、お前がそこにいて、この扉開かないんだわ。
正体を表せ。時間稼ぎをしても無駄だ。
逃げろ逃げろ逃げろ逃げろ。あれこれ開かないね。開かないですね。開かないですね。そこがあれしてて、あれがあれしてて、これがこれしてて、そんな大したもんがあるかって言われるとない。
ここは警戒が大事なものがあるはずだよ。
アサルトロン大爆破させたんだけどさ、どこで爆破してくれたのかな。
Is it a random broken desk fan or a toy wood block? I could really use a random broken desk fan or a toy
リリー
wood
ちゃん、
block.
リリーちゃん、ちょっと静かにしててくれるかな。意外と忙しいんだわ。
完璧ね。
うるさいよ。もう一個はこれ下か。下に行かなきゃいけないんだけど、下にどうやって行くんだいこれ。上上がっちゃうよね。してます。言われなくてもしてます。
今安全だと思ってるのか。
どっから下に行くんすかねこれ。お前らうざいんじゃ。おはよう。あった。ここが最後です。セクション B の入り口に向かいます。セクション B の入り口。 大したもんもなく。こっちだな。ああ、違うな。これ開けてみよう。
全部一体何なんだろう。
いや、なんかちゃうな。ここじゃなかったらしい。
Arrest completed.
出てこいや。
Arrest completed.
お前は死んだ。
お前がな。ありがありが。
センサー警報異常を検知。
There you are. Clear.
ナイスクリア。ああ、これもう81個丸コピーだね。
攻撃を再開します。
置いてこの野
Target
郎。
acquired.
クソルトだ。
Sorry, buddy, that's just the way. Wait, why am I apologizing to a boss?
あ、待って。クソルトロ。こんなとこに隠れてっから殺されんだよ。ほら、丸パクリだよね、これ。ボルト81なんだよね。オールラットがいっぱい出てきたとこだよ。ここしかもすっごい綺麗になってるよ。土まみれになってないのがすごいわ。ああ、やっぱそうだね。ボルト81だわ。配置がほぼ一緒。
Target acquired. Clear.
いやー、ダメか。ダメか。ここに穴開いてねえし。しゃあねえ、こっから上に行くか。うまーく上がれなくなってんな。
最高だぜ。
ねえよ、隠れてんねん、こんなとこでよ、卑怯者。キュリーがいたとこだよ。キュリーのいたとこ。ね、キュリーのいたとこ。 ってことはボルト今度81の本ちゃんの方を出すのかな。あ、ここだな。セクション B ってどこだよ。解除しようと思えば全然余裕で解除できんだよ。まあ、フラグレネードを献上してくれるのはありがたいんだけどさ、使ってないのよね。よいしょ。下だって。ねああ、あんたさ。出てこいや。
There you are. 出てこいや。
なんかさ、
聞こえたよね。
おバカさんたちだね、あの人たち。出てこなきゃ死ななかったのに。なんかさ、これあれだな、ボルト81のまんまだな。どう見ても81なんだよね。ちょっとご飯食べていいかしら。なんか噛み締めるように来てますけど、ピザでもちょっと食べて。これどっから下に行くんだ。下に行くとこう。あ、こっちか。はいはいはいはい。こんにちは。こんにちは。
There you are.
いた。わお。わ、全然あれだな。
There you are.
ちょっとあさりに忙しいので頑張ってね、みんな。いや、みんな入ってきたんかい。
We're here for a reason. That reason isn't idle talk.
みんな入ってきたんかお前ら。やっぱこれが一番強えな。取れないんだけど、よし取れたわ。こそこそ隠れようってお前ら。
スキャナーに生物反応、警戒レベルを上げる。
うん、綺麗なボルト81って感じかな。やるかこら。いやちょっとお前らだけ。あ、払うのか。おバカさん、センキューおバカさん、センキューおバカさん。あ、同時に冷やしてくれたからラッキー。抜け道なし。だんだん遊んのがつまんなくなってきた。あ、無敵タレット。皆殺しにしろとかって叫んでるいいんだけどさ、出てこいよ。暑いっす。ものすごい暑いっす。なんでそのテーブルが当たるのかよくわかんないんですけど。いや、水だ。ウジ虫ともね。いや、びっくりした。
We're here for a reason.
いや、だから。
That reason isn't idle talk. Target acquired. Clear. All right, that's enough.
I waited a long time to see you face to face.
I don't have any idea who you are.
You're the bitch who...
Yes. I'm the one who made sure your sons and brother were turned into a pile of mongrel shit before the rain washed it away forever.
She's not wrong. The dogs ate your sons, you know. I watched. Shit them right out in an alley.
And now we're here to wash away the memory of them. Like a pile of dog shit in the rain. They will be forgotten. So will you.
Do it then. Just know this.
I didn't ask what you had to say, and I don't care. This isn't an interview. I told my men that you would know who it was that was killing you.
You talk about my sons like that and then tell me to shut up? You've got some nerve. Do it already, you bitch! Kill me!
Not me. Sergeant Oaks, the Colonel is waiting to meet you.
Oh my god. You are in some serious trouble, pal. Ah, I wish I brought popcorn for this.
No! Who are you? You stay the fuck away from me!
I know your face. I remember every face from that day.
I don't know you. Who are you?
Your brother looked like you. I remember his face.
Why, you son of a bitch!
I remember his face when the wire tightened. The blood came out his ears. And his eyes. I remember the gurgling noise.
You were supposed to be a bunch of pussies!
I remember your face because your sons look like you. All of them. Family to each other.
Don't you dare talk about my sons! Stay away!
I knew they were family. I killed the first myself. We made the others watch. Did you know that? We made them watch each other die.
Yes! I watched you kill my sons from across the river! I'll never forget it. Never! Is that what you want to hear, you fucking towering goon?
No. I came to hear something else.
No. No! Stay away from me, you son of...
And that's the end of that.
Sergeant?
Hey, Oaks. We're here for you.
I should find Angie. I'll be back home.
Of course. We'll see you there, Sergeant. Take all the time you need.
殺しはあれだったんでね、見せなかったんでね。で、何をしろと。保安キャンと話す。保安官と話す。いや、なんでリリーが邪魔しに入んのかな？
We've done what we've come to do. It's time to leave.
We're gonna just leave it to that crazy old man? Are you sure about that? Lots of goodies down here.
Yes, the agreement to get the keycard was made in good faith, and we'll honor it. There's also not much left in a vault that's been occupied for 2 centuries, undoubtedly. We may have more to gain from a good relationship with the once and future occupants of this vault than is presently obvious.
Keep a friend in your back pocket for a bad day. I get it.
Precisely. I'm sure he'll find us on our way out. So let's get out of here.
あさってから出ますけどね。もちろんですが。待ってて。欲しいじゃないのよって。シガレート。SG だ。
Christmas comes early this year.
こんなもんで勘弁してやろう。なんだって虐殺 しまくってきたからさ、何も取ってないのよ。もういいや、要は満足じゃ。てってけでーのてーのてーってけでーのて見えない壁に阻まれていくスタイル。
前方にもう一つ安全で信頼できる場所がありませんか。これに関連してどうやら
I saw what you did in the cavern.
見えない見えない。
Atom has truly sent his most formidable warriors to vanquish the heathens.
Adam?
But of course, Atom works in such mysterious ways to send unbelievers to deliver his holy ground. But he shines on all of us nonetheless.
You're free to believe whatever you want about why we're here. That's not important. We're honoring our part of the deal. The vault is yours. And we expect you to honor your word not to cause trouble with travelers topside.
Yes, of course. Atom demands we care for all of his creation. And as his holy warriors, you'll be permitted in the vault as well. In gratitude.
Hey, if you need supplies, I know a few merchant caravans that can stop by.
Atom bless you, young lady. I have a very difficult task ahead of me. To rebuild this church. This vault has been picked clean since before I was born. It is little more than a reactor and shelter from the rain now. I would gladly do business with any merchant offering help.
Sounds like Lucas Miller just lost his monopoly.
It's time for us to leave. Good luck to you, old man.
Farewell, Atom's warriors. Atom may have us cross paths again. Until then, may his peace and blessings be upon you.
そうなんだ。いや、ありがとね、おじいちゃん。じゃあ、負けたかっただけなんだよ。じゃあな、やろうと思っちゃうな。そこでアトムになってくれ。あらんのかい。あらんのかい。ここ痛いんじゃん、クソボケが。どっからどう行くんだ。あはあはあはあはあ。通り方がわからんちんちんでございます。あ、ここ違うし、ここなんか寝るとこだし。あった。青の迷路やめて。ああいう入り口作ってもいいよね、集落。ブラフの。はあ、出てきたわ。いや、出てきた。出てこれたわ。ちょっと待って。どっこいしょ。そう、埃が邪魔している。どっこいよ。どっこいよ。よいしょ。なんかすごい汚れてるんですけど、画面がなんで。よし、OK。こういうの気になるとさ、気になっちゃう人。よっしゃ、終わったんだけど。メイキンイットオフィシャル。郵便受けを確認してください。正直久しぶりにご近所さんが話しています。それも良い話ではない。結構まだ続くね。ここに飛ぶか。 この明竹林おじさんに勝つんだ。ね、ここが私の家だったんだけどリリーちゃんの家になっちゃったからね。また戻ったからな。これはまだこっちでいいのか。そこがバニラの入り口。
I'm gonna be hearing this fucking racket in the next week.
あ、これだ。いやね、お家が遠い。お家が遠いのよ。ファストラポイントを作ってちょんまげ。そうだね、ここしかないもんね。よいしょ。よいしょ。もうファストラポイントを作ってほしいんじゃ。何すんだお前ら。ここだ。帰ってきたぞ、帰ってきたぞ。ウルト山。ああ、ちもき。よろよろしてる。やっと帰ってきた。招待状を読め。やだ。英語すぎてわかんない。
Oh, damn. I lost track of the time. I need to get ready for that. I'll see you at the greenhouse.
ほいほい。バイバイ。バイバイ。午前11時から正午までの間に、温室に入ること。6時だからあ10違う違う違う違う違う違う4時間か。ああ疲れた。まあ行ってくるか。 でセーブをぶっこいて、温室室。
Whitworths, 1,000 miles from Graceland, but at arm's
Gary!
length.
ボットがなんか叫んでる。普通に何言ってんだろう。
ねえ、Terry?
ボットだけど。
Terry!
ボット大したもん売ってないな。あ、キノコピザあるし。超実味噌オリーブ入りステーキなんか初めて見たんだけど。ライトフィールドドーナツ、ピッツァ、ペプシ、ペパロニ、バラモンバーガー、ヌカヒートミック、ダブルバラモンチーズバーガー、きのこピッツァ、Thank you.
Terry.
何を言ってんだかわかんないんだけど、終始この人わかんない。あなたとゲイリーはわからないボットだから。てんてんてんてんてんてんてんてんがてんてんてんてんのてん、直接保安官事務所で保安官事務所でここから出てきたからこっちだよね。あ、来た。もう30分も経ってる。ちょっと時間を潰したろか。お前何売っとんじゃ、ほら。
すみません。
You ever tried Nuka Rush on an empty stomach? Man, I didn't know which end to put on the toilet. This place was broadcasting its own stupid Nuka World commercial like the one you can still hear on the radio. What a fucking nightmare that was. So after I found out where this place stored all the original jukebox tracks, me and Lily hijacked the transmitter and put a stop to that shit real quick. Now we got our own jazz tracks playing on the airwaves. Check it out on that Arm Boy Pip whatchamacallit doohickey thing you got there. Okay. Well, let me know if you change your mind. Go
いいえ、どういたしやがって。さあ、もうちょっと待つか。どこらせ、あっち。よいしょ。はい、到着。
I can't believe it's finally happening, Lily. But you're here, and you did it. I'm so proud of you.
Yeah, Rizzo was a tough one to pin down, wasn't he? I'm about to close the trap on him now. Shelly really came through with this dress, didn't she?
Amazing. Hold still just a second. I'm trying to fix your shoulder strap.
I don't know why you insist on wearing your shoulder pauldron today.
'Cause it holds my scarf on.
お前
So
が結
why
婚
are
す
you
る
wearing
の
the
か。
scarf today?
Because the sheriff gave it to me. Next question.
Okay, then let me fix your panty line.
Panty line? That's my holster strap. You saw the panties Shelly gave me to go under this. They're riding so high you can see them when I yawn.
You about ready over there, Lily?
Yep. I think we got all the bits where they're supposed to be. Ready when you are, DP. No escape now, Rizzo.
I ain't going nowhere. Don't worry about that.
Time to shine, Lily.
I don't know how to thank you for all this, Babs. The greenhouse, being my best maid, and everything else.
It's made of honor, Lily.
Whatever. You gonna walk me up there? Or am I gonna be too old to have kids by the time I take my vows?
That's my Lily. We're on our way. Mendel, play the bridal march.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to witness the matrimony.
Boring.
Holy shit. Give me a chance at least, Lil.
That right there is why I love you, girl.
Love you too, sugar buns.
And so it begins.
Every damn time.
Quiet, both of you.
Will you two shut up and let me do my job?
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, of course. Sorry. Go right ahead, my man.
Right. I'll skip the boring shit then. Lily. I'm sure I speak for everyone here, Lily, when I say we're truly happy for you and Rizzo today. But today almost wasn't, because not that long ago, we thought we had lost Lily. I remember where I was when Bob told me what I was doing, and I bet the rest of us here do as well. That's how hard the news hit. It was like the brightest light in the Commonwealth was extinguished. I've known Lily pretty much her whole life. She's the closest thing I got to a younger sister. I also see a lot of people come and go from the diner. They all blur one into the other. Just more wastelanders like me and the rest of them. But not Lily. You always remember Lily. You remember her fire. And our world was a lot darker when we thought we'd never get to see that fire again. Her bright light that makes each day memorable.
Oh, DP. You're gonna make me cry.
I mean it though. When Bob discovered it was just a synth duplicate that they... Well, that's not why we're here anyway. I just want to say this. Not long ago, I was speaking at your funeral, Lily, and we had no idea how we'd go on. Today, I'm speaking at your wedding, and that really makes today something extra special, and it makes today a happy day. You guys ready?
Let me at him.
Ready as ready gets.
Before I begin, I want to stress to those here that they wrote their own vows. So let's get on with it. I, Richard Zohar, do take you, Lily Adamcat, as my lawfully wedded wife, to honor and to hold, to love you and only you, to listen to you cry when your T60 breaks, to not switch your coffee to decaf, to whoop the ass out of anyone who messes with you, to raise a herd of kids to torture Uncle DP, Aunt Sheriff, and Aunt Babs, and to do everything you tell me if I know what's good for me, until death do us part.
I, Richard Zoa, to take you, Lily Adamcat, as my lawfully wedded wife, to honor and to hold, to love you and only you, to listen to you cry when your T60 breaks, to not switch your coffee to decaf, to whoop the ass of anyone who messes with you, to raise a herd of kids to torture Uncle DP, Aunt Sheriff, and Aunt Bab, and to do everything you tell me if I know what's good for me, until death do us part.
And Lily, repeat after me. I, Lily Adamcat, do take you, Richard Zohar, to be my lawfully wedded husband, to have and to hold, to love like crazy, to put our kids into T60s the moment they can open one on their own, to break the legs of anyone who messes with you or our kids, or our T60s, to cry to you when my T60 breaks, to love you and only you, to share my life with you and be by your side for the rest of my days, until death do us part.
I, Lily Adamcat, do take you, Richard Zohar, to be my lawfully wedded husband, to have and to hold, to love like crazy, to put our kids into T60s the moment they can open one on their own, to break the legs of anyone who messes with you or our kids, or our T60s. To cry to you when my T60 breaks. To share my life with you and be by your side for the rest of my days. Until death do us part.
If anyone can think of any reason why these two should not be married, speak now so Lily can break your kneecaps after the ceremony.
I don't think anyone feels like dying today, DP.
Nobody objects? Thank God for small miracles. That could have gotten ugly. Then, by the power vested in me when you asked me to do this, and 3 Nuka-Cola Darks, I now pronounce you husband and wife.
Congratulations, you two. I'm so happy for you.
I ain't gonna protect you if you piss her off.
Welcome to married life, you guys.
Quit standing around. Abby needs a playmate.
Thanks for coming, you guys. Sorry you gotta get back to work right away.
Welcome to the family, Rizzo.
Let's go eat, guys. Twisted Mist has probably got everything set up by now.
Give me a minute, guys. I've got to clean this stuff up first.
I will assist you.
Sir, we need to get back on duty. We have everything under control. Enjoy the food.
Of course, Lieutenant. You know where I'll be.
Oh, よかったよかった。もっと長いかと思った。そう。白い服着てますけどね。はい。まずはここでセーブをして。
Hey, there you are. Grab a seat. I was just telling DP and Rizzo about some of the insane shit we did.
I've been trying to get her to wait until everyone gets here. I got a feeling there's gonna be a lot to tell.
I was telling him about Cooter's place, that the Gunners made him live in his tool shed.
That's really fucked up. I'm glad you showed up when you did, because knowing the Gunners, he was either gonna be sold or killed when they were done.
Oh, the fucked up part is they drank all his beer that he brews for himself. His place was littered with empty bottles.
Of all the low-down dirty shit to pull, to drink a man out of all of his beer?
And man, oh man, was he ever pissed the fuck off at the sheriff.
Wait, what? Why? What did she ever do to him? I doubt that even ever met.
Hangman's Alley. He blames her for poking a stingwing's nest. You know, getting him all riled up, paranoid, and taking turf back from him.
I guess I could see his point of view.
Yeah? How so? Aren't the Gunners responsible for what the Gunners do?
Oh, for sure. I didn't say it was her fault. I just said I could see his point of view. I mean, think about it. He's out there, minding his own shit. One day, some Gunners with a bone to pick with the sheriff show up and turn him into a slave as part of a plan to get back at her. A little nobody like him out on the edge of nowhere? He was enjoying the status quo. Not being noticed is a big advantage in this world. Someone that unimportant. His only real danger was being replaced by a synth because the Institute makes no sense. Nobody else would bother with him. None of that would have happened if the sheriff stopped with beating the Gunners. But she... well, we were both there and we both helped.
What was she supposed to do? Feed him? Let us tear him apart with our pitchforks and bare hands? Let him go? And Hangman's Alley would have never happened if the Gunners hadn't attacked in the first place. Where do we stop tracing back blame?
One thing I've learned is people keep tracing back blame and stop whenever it's most convenient to fit the story they want to be true. Another thing I learned is that the tougher the problem, the more complicated it is to fix. There's no such thing as an easy fix for a tough problem. What I'm saying is there's no easy answer here. You and Kuda both make good points, and that just might be as good as it gets. The sheriff acted the way she thought was right and most effective. And it was. But nobody could have known Kuda would suffer for it years later.
You know, you're a lot smarter than you look, DP.
Been hearing that my whole life. I must look really stupid because I've never felt smart a day in my life.
I don't know, those glasses make you look pretty smart. A lot like Babs.
Really?
No.
Oh.
Don't worry about that, DP. You're a good man. Barb sees it, or she wouldn't keep coming by for her meals or sit with you in the greenhouse.
You really think so?
Yeah. Helping me get ready for the wedding got her talking a little. Just keep doing what you're doing. Be yourself, and it'll happen. Hey, guys.
That is a very large water tank you're talking about, Doctor. Do we have the resources?
We don't have to fabricate a new tank. There's one at the old Show propane branch about a half day east of here that would do the job. There's probably leaks at the weld points after this long, but we can patch those from the inside and it will pressurize just fine.
Very well. It is important we have as much clean water on hand as possible. I'll send Crenshaw to inspect it and write up another salvage report.
Hey, no talking work, you two. It's my wedding day.
Sorry, Lily. We're here now. You're right. No more work talk. Rizzo, welcome to the diner. We usually do this for dinner night, but we moved it up for the wedding. I hope you like it.
Mind blown, Doc. I grew up in Quincy, spent the last 7 years living in a Red Rocket service station. I didn't know places like this existed anymore. If I knew this is how you were living, I'd have asked you to marry me years ago, babe.
Thanks. I think. I love you too.
You make anything special for the menu today, DP?
I did, but it's spaghetti again. Twisted Mister had to finalize the meal by himself, so I had to make it something he couldn't fuck up. But the bread is piping hot. I took it out of the oven myself when I got back from the greenhouse.
Serious? We only get this once a week, at most, and it's my favorite food. I wouldn't have let you serve anything but spaghetti today.
That makes me feel better, Lil. I was worried it'd be too regular for your wedding day. You guys are gonna like what I did with it, though. You won't believe what I was able to pull off with this one. You know those chili pepper things you dropped off the other day, Bob?
Yeah, those were beautiful, weren't they? No more rewiring Wellingham to steal his pepper.
Well, I diced them up, dried that, and ran it through the coffee grinder.
Wait, you put pepper in the coffee?
No, I'm not an idiot. Well, I'm an idiot. I'm just not that severe an idiot. I just use it to grind up the pep... Would you just listen for a second?
Sorry.
As I was saying, ground it up pretty fine, a lot finer than Wellingham's canned shit. And I mix it with the flour and press that into the spaghetti. Not too much, though. I just want to bring out the flavor, not make you guys hate it. So spaghetti's gonna have just a small bite to it today.
You're a goddamn genius, DP. I can't wait.
Where you been my whole life?
What a pleasant surprise. You're so creative, DP.
Very thoughtful of you. I'm sure it will be excellent.
So, we're all here, we're all hungry, the food's hot. I want to say congratulations to Lily and Rizzo. And I want to say welcome, Rizzo, to the Bleachers and the family. This is your first dinner night of many, my friend. Finally, I want to say we should eat before shit gets cold.
Listen to the man, people. He knows what's important.
So, Rizzo, Lieutenant Dan has informed me you inquired about submitting an application to be a deputy. Is this true?
Oh, yeah, I did. I was with Quincy Security before the Minutemen took it over. I was really young, but they still put me on patrol. And then with the Atom Cats, I've been on patrol in my T-60 for years now. Gunners, ghouls, raiders, you name it, I'll fought them, and they died.
I'm sure you move very well in a T-60, but relax. This isn't an interview. We will discuss this another time. Enjoy your wedding day.
Oh, sorry, I just, you know.
The sheriff makes everybody nervous at first, Rizzo. It's part of a charm. Quit intimidating my husband, Sheriff. He gets enough of that from me.
Okay, so what did you want to talk about, Lily? It's your day.
Oh, no.
Glad you asked, Babs. Good point about it being my day, too. Let me tell you.
Here it comes.
Ooh, I gotta hear this.
Yeah, you heard of the raided gang up in Salem? Well, the merchants ain't lying. These guys really ran with the whole Salem and Halloween thing.
You mean those jackasses really do run around in Halloween costumes and shit?
Sorta, yeah. They all wear those ridiculous plastic pumpkins on their heads, dye their clothes orange, and put up lots of Halloween decorations.
Crenshaw reported something similar. Apparently, they're supposed to call their leaders the Pumpkin King and Queen. They tried to spread rumors the Queen is a witch. I don't think it really took.
Yeah, you should also know they peppered scarecrow booby traps through Salem. Proximity charges. Tell you guys to stay away from them.
Good advice. I will pass it on.
How odd.
You're telling me. You should see their, I guess you'd call it a lair? It's a cave under Salem that connects with the ocean under the surface. They had it set up pretty good in there, for raiders. I bet a fishing settlement could do really well in there, but raiders are dicks like that.
Raiders are a constant plague on efforts to reestablish some sort of representative order in civilization. I wouldn't be surprised if they had killed legitimate settlement claim holders already in that cave to take control of it.
Given your feelings towards raiders, I can assume there's no Pumpkin King or Queen no more.
There ain't many people up in Salem, but a lot of caravans come down that road to the west of it as they work their way along the coast. So yeah, they had to go. Only a matter of time until they come back, though. Raiders are like cockroaches.
You got that right. There's always another shit who's not above making a few fresh dead bodies to pick clean if they run out of old ones.
When you stop to think these people were everyday citizens of the planet before the war, you can almost sympathize with the bombs.
All right. Speaking of raiders, it's time to fess up. I've heard a lot of merchant chatter about a giant upset in the Nuka World raiders. They say someone killed 3 Diamond City expatriates who headed up a gang over there not long ago. They shook up the trade over there some. The same 3 Diamond City expatriates you had justifiably swore to kill if it was the last thing you did. Correct me if I'm wrong, but last dinner night, I told you about them and where they were. I got a feeling this ain't a coincidence.
Hey, before you start lecturing me on putting myself in danger, just want you to know those 3 assholes had it coming. For years. William killed April and made it look like an accident. We both know it. And Mags, that fucking goddamn evil bitch deserved every second of it.
Whoa, sorry, Lily. I didn't mean it like that. Just wasn't going all the way out to Nuka World a little drastic? I didn't mean for you to do that.
Damn it, DP. April was your friend, too. You know what Mags did to me for years when I still wasn't old enough to know better. You know damn well. Look at me. I mean, look at me. You think I don't know how fucking goddamn small I am? For fuck's sake, DP. I weigh less than most kids. And Mags is responsible for that. You know it better than anyone else here. I'm tired of raiders taking shit from me my whole life. They took my parents, my body, my friend, my childhood. They're not getting away with it.
You're right. I'm sorry, Lily. Max deserved it. I just worry about you since the kidnapping. We all do. I'm glad you got her, though. Real glad.
Babe, it's a happy day. Good food, good people. Let's do this right. Remember, I love you. We all do.
I'm sorry, DP. It's not your fault. You've been a good friend and the closest thing I got to an older brother. Just raiders and me, you know?
It's okay, Lil. You're my little sister. Always have been. I'm not judging you. Why don't you tell us what you did to Max so I can smile about it?
Oh, I used my power armor to shove William's head up his own ass and stake Max and Lizzie out in the middle of the desert to die of exposure. Caravans say that usually takes 5 days or so to die. Slightly quicker, but more painful if the giant ants find you. Not bad, huh?
You what?
How is that even possible?
It's no biggie. You just have to be real serious about how you stake them to the ground. Just make sure they're not going anywhere.
No, I mean the... You know what? Never mind. I don't want to know.
Yeah, me either. I think I'm good on the details.
Efficient, effective, creative. Sends a clear message.
So proud of her.
Someone who causes so much pain to others, particularly to you, Lily. Meeting the justice they had coming is rare in this world. Am I happy you found your peace? Yes, very much so. Am I happy you talked about that over food? Not so much. But I'm still happy you found peace.
Oh, thanks, Babs. Means a lot to know there's something I can gross you out with over food. Finally, after you've been doing it to me for so long.
Lily recently came across a railroad safe house. By pure serendipity, she recovered a very, very large cache of intel on their operations.
I take it they didn't just hand it over willingly.
Serendipity. Yeah. Me and my sidekick here, we stumble on this railroad safe house. Only we didn't know it was a railroad safe house.
The hell did they get the jump on you? Better yet, how the hell you know they were railroad?
The first guy that greeted us was wearing a Corsa uniform. Same haircut, same flat, monotone voice. But it was just as surprised as we were. And you know what any smart person does when they see a Corsa outfit?
Empty the clip at it.
Empty the clip at it. So that's what we did. The rest of them didn't like that much, so we had to drop them too. At first I thought we stumbled on some sort of Institute remote location, but something wasn't adding up. Shit didn't look right.
What made you think it was railroad?
The tech didn't match. You know what I mean? I know what Institute tech looks like. Now. This place was stocked with pre-war computers. And we had a Corsa meet us at the door, and One of the others we dropped turned out to be a synth, too. Doesn't leave many options as to what it could be, so I went with the simplest one.
And they just left the intel lying around?
You think so until you remember we had to blast through a courser, a couple of synths, and some others to get to it. So no, not really.
Huh, good point.
But we cleaned the place out of all the holotapes, and believe me, there were a lot of them. That's the intel Sheriff was talking about.
It was the largest intel haul we've ever gotten on the railroad, and one of the largest I've ever seen. It was impressive work, and the value placed on recovering intel shows a good instinct, Lily.
You keep giving out compliments, folks are gonna start wondering if you got replaced by a synth.
Haha!
Whoa, bad joke. Bad joke.
I don't know about the rest of you, but I want to hear about the Atom Cat's garage and you crossing the harbor floor to sneak up on the gunners.
Sneak up on them like totally badass motherfucking amphibious power armor super ninjas. Fuck yeah! Woohoo! Hell yeah!
Are you going to tell us, or are you going to just sit there wet at the mouth while you think about it?
I'm getting there. Just give me a second to think about being a power armor ninja. Woo! Okay, so it was a dark and stormy night.
Don't make me regret asking, Lily.
Sorry, just trying to add some color to the story. We followed your plan to the letter, Babs, and it worked like a charm. The crossing itself was kind of boring, except that we heard Sigmund grumble once. A real good one, too.
Oh, you gotta hear about this one, Bob. The Atom Cat's got their own damn sea monster out there off the peninsula.
Really? Do tell, Lily.
Well, I ain't sure what it is. Just we've caught glimpses of it.
Glimpses? What is it? A chameleon or something?
No, it's just that it's at least a click long and the water's pretty murky. Never even seen its head, or even the whole body at once. It's got reptile scales like a death claw does, and when it decides it's gonna grumble a bit and make noise, you hear it for miles and miles. We see it sometimes when we're diving to recover power armor. I don't know what it eats, but it could probably eat our salvage barge whole if it wanted.
Over a kilometer long? Fascinating. Could you get a blood sample for me?
Fascinating is not the word I use when I'm 50 feet below the water. Look to the right and see a giant wall of scales moving past me. And a blood sample from Sigmund is one crazy thing you ain't gonna get me to do. Probably need a discard and Sabo syringe to penetrate those scales.
That's okay, Lily. I was just curious more than anything. Let's hope it keeps leaving you guys alone out there.
I bet the gunners were surprised to see you when you got to the other side.
Don't know the half of it. They left one guy watching us. Everybody else was up front, guarding the road like a bunch of idiots. I'll admit, it didn't occur to me that you guys would come out with the water either, but those jokers were completely unprepared.
The only person it occurred to was the doctor, who shared it with us, and it formed the backbone of our strategy for taking the garage.
It was absolute genius, Doc. These guys secured us and took out half the gunners before they even knew the shots were coming from.
Thank you, Rizzo. I'm just glad everyone is okay. Other than the gunners, I mean.
Yeah, well, on behalf of all the Atom Cats your plan saved, thank you anyway. Then Crenshaw stuck around and did that thing you guys do to warn the gunners to stay away.
That was on my order if you've got any issues with it. Gunners only understand two currencies, caps and violence. We aren't about to pay in caps.
No, it works. We haven't even heard the word gunner at the garage since, much less seen one. It's just, well, Lily warned me.
It's one thing to hear about us hanging gunners. It's another to see us hanging them in your front yard for your own protection.
Yeah, that. It's not usually something you see settlements of good guys do, you know what I mean?
No, you don't see them do things like that. And that's what gunners and raiders rely on. Your civility, which they see as a weakness. Instead of speaking the gunners' language, you see them repel attack after attack, until, one day, the settlement falls and everyone is slaughtered. Civility is reserved for those who would pose us no harm. It is an arbitrary line you limit yourself to, and it puts you at a disadvantage in war. The gunners heard what we did at the Atom Cat's garage because we spoke their language. Understand?
I do. We're grateful for it. We already decided to leave the bodies up there. We're gonna try it your way this time, Sheriff.
The Atom Cats are our friends and allies in addition to being our trading partners. We will always answer their call for help.
Told you, babe. She ain't gonna leave our friend hanging out there. She proved it once already. The Gunners and Raiders know to stay away now.
I know. It's gonna be an adjustment moving here. I gotta get used to the crew being on the other side of the city.
We talked about this. We'll see him every week or two. Think about the warm bed and what's best for our kids. Hey, let me tell you what we did at Quincy to fuck him up. That'll make you feel better.
You ain't wrong about that. You ain't had the time to tell me what happened over there. What the hell were those giant explosions?
Oh my god, those were cool, weren't they? I thought Hawkins was gonna drop the whole causeway down on Quincy.
Those must have been some pretty impressive fireworks.
You don't know the half of it, Babs. Just kaboom, boom, woo, boom, boom, boom. Oh no! Oh, boom, 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 boom.
Hell yeah.
She grabs a couple of spotters and they drag some quad-barrel rocket launchers to a perch. Linda just lets loose from there. She empties one launcher, her spotters drop the next on her shoulder, and she keeps going until they gotta reload. She shoots those rockets just as well as she shoots any rifle. She shoved them right up the gunner's asses before they knew we were there.
It's heavy, but effective. We don't do it very often, or anywhere near as much as Lieutenant Harkins would like to.
Those bastards have been harassing us for months. It's about time they get exactly what they had coming to.
Oh, they got it all right. We were still trying to get rid of the ringing in their ears and put their pants on when we rolled in. That place was a ghost town when we were done. Nothing but the breeze.
Without settlers to repopulate the town, I fear it's only a matter of time until gunners, raiders, or mutants move back into the area.
Really think so? It was a pretty decent-sized town before the gunners moved in.
A settlement needs a measure of security and stability to be able to grow. Quincy has none of that. It will be a long, slow process to repopulate. Gunners and raiders are unconcerned with supply lines, and they provide their own security, such as it is. They will always resettle more quickly. We can't provide such security all the way out in Quincy. And the Minutemen? Well, we've seen what they can provide to Quincy.
Yeah, betrayal followed by tucking tail and running. Glad we got you guys watching our backs. Because I grew up there. It's tough knowing it's sitting there, empty. And only because there ain't enough people with the will to move in.
It may yet recover someday, but if it does, it will be because settlers were ready to move back in, not just because it was empty space.
I bet Rizzo would like to hear what you guys got up to in the Mass Pike Tunnel when you got back from the Atom Cats garage.
I will, but first, I gotta ask you. Was that your plan, to trap them down there like that? It was like shooting mole rats in a trash can.
Actually, the sheriff had that idea.
The capital region's subway system was a sprawling labyrinth. We learned many ways to use those tunnels to our advantage.
Alright, you gotta let Lily tell a story before you go giving it all away.
Oh, Rizzo, it was so cool. Those gunners didn't know what hit them there either. I just wish you could have been there.
Okay. I believe you. We established that. Now tell me what happened. What's this idea the sheriff had?
Oh, yeah. I forgot that part. So the gunners had the bright idea to attack the department while they were out helping you guys. And the sheriff was able to fend them off, but... well, the gunners got away alive because a good chunk of her guys were out helping us Atom Cats. We can't have gunners attacking the department and live in because, well...
I can't abide a gunner that breathes. It sends the wrong message.
Well, they ain't breathing no more. The snipers pushed him into the Mass Pike Tunnel and Lieutenant Dan took a mechanized squad in from the other end. That leaves only one way out. A heavy metal door under the old police depot at the end of a long tunnel, which the sheriff welded shut. That tunnel lined them up all nice and neat. They had no way out, no cover, and no chance.
A standard maneuver in the capital. More often than not, when we could drive an enemy force into the subway tunnels, they were falling into a trap.
I think I'd rather have you dodging baby vomit than bullets from now on. Sound good?
You see, Rizzo? This is why the smart people like me and Bab stay behind that wall.
I have a hard enough time fighting off weeds.
I won't argue. That's the smartest thing I've heard all night. So, Lily says all these gunners that have been moving against you were doing it because they can't get over how you spanked them years
Diamond City's guard spanked them, as you put it. Most people in the Commonwealth are aware of what happened next.
Yeah, Hangman's Alley. News of that reached us out in Quincy. We felt like you kicked this shit out with them for all of us that day.
There were a lot of feelings that day. Among them was the commanding officer's feelings. He got away. Neither of his sons nor his brother did.
All right. I see where this is going.
Get this. So after he does such a shitty job trying to take Diamond City, Gunner Command busts him down in rank, and he blames the sheriff.
So he doesn't blame the ones who started the fight for the results of the fight, but the people he attacked. Did he expect them to just lay down?
Yeah, I didn't say it made sense. That's just what he did. So he takes his few loyalists and decides to shelter up north in that vault you mentioned. Only it wasn't empty. The fucker slaughtered an entire vault full of children of Adam. Not the asshole kind, the cool kind of Adamites.
That son of a bitch. You know how hard it is to find good people who don't shoot you on sight out here? I don't care if they're in a cult or not.
I hear you. I got no problems with the ones who are friendly. The Gunners set up a fake front and everything to make it look like nothing happened.
How'd you guys end up getting in? I mean, those things are designed to keep Armageddon out. And while you're a handful, Lil, you ain't Armageddon. At least not once you've had your morning coffee.
We had a plan. One that was so poor it deserved to fail. Yet somehow it still worked.
It turns out those Gunners there work with the Bunker Hill Raiders. Those Raiders kidnap and ransom folks in debt to Bunker Hill to Kessler. Now these ain't loan shark muscle raiders. Kessler doesn't send them to do the kidnapping. Kessler pays to get them so they can pay their own bill. But sometimes, pretty often actually, she doesn't pay. And the raiders sell the poor schlubs to these Gunners for like 100 caps a pop. The Gunners either pass them on to the slavers or sell them to the Institute for experiments. Either way, they open that vault sometimes. Am I getting this right?
So far, yes. I'm surprised at the lack of embellishment. Somewhat disappointed, if I'm being honest.
So we decided we were gonna pose as raiders, and I tried to sell my sidekick here to the Gunners to get him to open up.
As I said, an awful plan.
I want to point out that was not my idea either.
I'm not gonna lie, it was a bad plan, yeah? We get there and we tell them we're the raiders from Bunker Hill and we got my sidekick here to sell. And they tell us to use the key card they gave those raiders to get into the front door. Obviously, we ain't got a key card, you know? But here's where karma bit the Gunners in the ass. One of the children of Adam survived, some hoary old geezer in flimsy robes. He'd been living not far from the entrance, waiting for one of those messages from God type things to tell him what to do. More importantly, he had a key card to the main entrance that those Gunners were asking for.
Crazy old man Adamite in flimsy robes? Oh, lucky you guys. Let me guess, he decided you were the message he was waiting for?
You're telling me? I had no idea where he was keeping that key card the whole time. I don't want to know. My sidekick handled it. But yes, when he learned we wanted to air the vault out, he decided it was convenient to believe Adam sent us. So he handed over his unsanitary card.
All he wanted was the claim to the vault when we were done, which we weren't going to occupy anyway. The children of Adam in that vault have a history of non-aggression. He had fully intended on restoring that dogma. It was a fair deal.
So you used the questionable keycard of unsanitary origin to get in. Then what?
Problem is, we gotta take down their guard before they can get the gear door closed, or we'd never get into the vault, like, ever. And the inside's a really big cave, so they piled up these old cargo containers into some sort of hollow wall with a maze in it. Real frustrating. You gotta get through that before you can even see the damn main gear door. So these Gunners would have plenty of time to close it if they need to.
Tactically, it's a brilliant strategy to put attackers at an extreme disadvantage. I was impressed.
So, it's just me and my sidekick in there, because they recognize the sheriff. We gotta get as close to that door as we can before dropping cover. At first, they wouldn't buy my sidekick, so I had to make it look convincing. I kept trying to upsell, you know? They kept pointing out the obvious flaws.
Indeed.
But they got greedy. When I knocked 40% off the price, they just couldn't resist. All suspicion was gone, and they opened that second gate right out. We got into the maze and then started doing what we do to Gunners before they could get the gear door closed and let the sheriff in. I still have no idea how it worked. I never will.
That makes two of us.
Did you guys find what you were looking for in there? This gunner with no sense of irony?
Oh, yeah, he was there all right, hiding behind all his goons. So many goddamn goons. I thought I was gonna run out of ammo. The sheriff let Oaks pick his...
Oaks was given the opportunity to pursue the only means of justice we could give him. He took it. For Oaks, Abby, and Andy, that's all we're going to say about it, Lily. It's disrespectful to use his tragedy as entertainment.
I'm sorry. I don't think about that, Sheriff. You're right. Suffice to say, the stupid gunner colonel is now very dead, as is his privately funded war on the Bleachers.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. Attacking my greenhouse was just totally out of bounds and uncalled for.
She took it really personally. I feel the same way if someone came in here and started smashing up my glass.
So, how'd this guy get all the caps to pull this off? The gunners couldn't have been funding a general harassment and personal grudge campaign.
They were kidnapping for the Institute. Real specific targets. I mean, the Institute chooses stupid targets to replace, but they're still chosen. That's how I ended up getting kidnapped. Their asshole in charge of kidnappings had real explicit orders not to arouse suspicion and mess with us. That order came from their gunner boss. The Institute decided they wanted me anyway, but that a replacement would get spotted right away. So they made a...
It's okay, Lily. This is your wedding day. Let's talk about something else.
What they did to her? I'm never gonna forget that.
Lily?
I'm sorry, guys. You're right. This is a happy day. Just give me a few for something shiny to catch my attention and I'll be all good.
Since this meal's conversation has been about deeds worthy of mention, I'd like to bring up another point of business at this moment. I would have a word with your sidekick or executive assistant. I do not know what the official title is, Lily.
Executive assistant, actually, but I'll be honest, unsung hero would work for today at least. You don't need my permission, Sheriff. You must have done something really fucking wrong to get called out like this over food. Ah!
Look under your dinner plate. There is something for you there. A question.
Oh, wow. Would you look at that? There's something you don't see every day.
That's quite an honor.
You totally deserve that, pal.
This mean I'm gonna lose my sidekick?
I would not break up such a remarkably effective team. Understand that you are still on the power armor route from the garage, however. Your tendency to stay quiet and let your actions speak for themselves is an admirable trait, and one that Lily doesn't appreciate nearly enough.
Hey, now watch it. This mouth wins a lot of fights by itself.
I talked it over with the other lieutenants and Oaks. You've got the right stuff. You're already a resident. Are you up for the challenge?
They don't offer that to just anyone, believe me.
Very well then, Deputy. Welcome aboard. Lily, I believe you have something else to go with the badge.
Okay, now it makes a lot more sense why she asked me to hang on to these earlier. I thought they were wedding accessory sponsorships or something. So here, these old things. Luna has a policy of open exchanges if you like other designs of the badge, tomahawk, or blade. I'm really happy. I am. Now nobody can say I've killed all the sidekicks I've ever had anymore. It's the small things in life, you know?
Might I suggest you think of the children you will have running through the halls of the Bleachers?
Holy shit! Did you just smile?
I assure you, I did not.
Ha! You were so busted, Sheriff. Don't worry, though. I won't tell anyone.
Nobody would believe us anyway.
You did! You totally smiled. I just saw it.
Seriously, though, congratulations, you two. I can't wait to see what the next few years bring.
I can't wait to fill this place with kids. Y'all better worry about what's coming, not hope for it.
Nonsense. I look forward to meeting them one day. They will be safe here.
Thanks, Sheriff. We've been talking about that for a while now. I'm glad we got a place we can finally make it happen.
I want to point out here, I just heard you all say you're looking forward to the future with hope. If I say anything more, I'm gonna cry. So just don't forget today, guys. We won't get many like them.
That right there, DP.
You have an understated wisdom about you, DP. I will deny saying that if anyone asks.
Thanks for the reminder.
You all good over there? Ain't said much. Jump in whenever you want. I know we get to yammering about shit and can't shut up sometimes. I'm glad you're not taking it personally.
Lily, you asked me not long ago why it always seemed to be you tapped for the important missions. Why I didn't send able-bodied deputies.
Yeah, I've been wondering that. Am I finally gonna get an answer out of you?
Yes, it has all been for a bigger reason, and part of a larger plan. Years ago, when Mayor Roberts asked me to stay and head an exterior security force, he said I'd have to train Diamond City to protect itself.
I think you've done a great job, Sheriff. The Codmans hate us more than ever. That's never a bad thing.
The fact remains that myself and the lieutenants are not locals. We're not even particularly good at acting like civilians. And, to be honest, we're old for wastelanders. That's how life works. This world is a harsh place to live and fight. It takes a toll.
So what are you getting at, Sheriff?
The Bleachers belongs to the citizens, as does Diamond City and the Fens. The lieutenants and I are still new arrivals. This isn't our town. We live hard lives. We won't be around forever. Diamond City will have to rely on itself one day to fill those T-60s and protect the Fens. Luna, McGilly, Oaks, Delano, DP, Dr. McClintock, Rizzo, and you. You're the next generation that will replace us one day. You'll have your own recruits, your own chain of command, and your own responsibilities. And they'll need someone to be sheriff, Lily.
Oh my god, Lily!
Oh, wait, me? Are you serious? You been smoking Babs' stuff or something?
Someday, maybe, yes. You are a creator and creative. A leader and a positive influence on those who would follow you. Look at the Atom Cats. You and Zeke kept those kids fed and safe for years and years, with no help from anyone. And, while molding you is reminiscent of working with clay full of sharp glass shards that bite back, there is much to work with. Spears said he has never trained a finer T-60 fighter in his life. Crenshaw says you have a keen insight for how the local mind works. Harkins says you remind her of herself at that age, and Dan consistently remarks on your loyalty and tenacity. I agree with both of them. So, maybe one day, when the rest of my hair is gray, I'll ask you if you're ready to take responsibility for Diamond City's safety.
Yeah, you're definitely smoking something if you think I'll make a good sheriff. I ain't never gonna be ready for that. Hell, I don't want that.
That's the first quality of a good leader, Lily.
Well, shit.
やっと終わったよ。こらこら、いっとそこに立つんじゃない。
いや、調子はどうだ？
ええよ。さて。あ、終わったんだね、あれ。ウルト75 まだないぞ。バグってますね。ダイヤモンドシティなんだけど、ここにいるんだけど、ここにいること。
Hey, anything you need, you just take care of it yourself. Eh? What is it?
あら、
What's up? So what are you bugging me for?
これ飛んでみるといいか。タンクチュアンに発射。ああ、長い話だったな。いやいやいやいやいやいやいやいやいやだよ。いやー、戻ってきたけど、あれパイパーパイパーパイパーパイパーパイパーパイパーがいない。あ、いた。パイパー参上。これでセーブして。長かった。いや、長い話3回ぐらいあるな、このモッド。ないんだよね、もう次の目標みたいなのがさ。どうやって終わるんだかさっぱわかんないんだけど。これで終わりなのかな、お話は。
みずみずしい花がこの場所を明るくしている。Looking to trade?
なんか戻ってたよ。トマホーク何本目だよって話だわ。いや、トマホークマジで何本目だよって話。1、2、3、4、5本5本もあんだけどさ、トマホークびっくりだわ。あ、なんかあったね。これは別にいらんよ。 あんなダッサい格好したくないんで。まあこれで終わりっぽいですね。なんか終わりっぽいので、ここで終わりに一旦今日はしようかな。多分結婚式で終わりだと思うんですけどね。まあこんな感じかと思います。よいしょ。よいしょ。まあちょっともう少し、調べてみて続きがあるようなしてありますけども、続きないようだったらこのまま配信明日はしないかな。もし明日配信してるようであれば、続きだと思ってください。それでは早いですけど今日はこの辺で失礼します。お疲れ様です。